doubt it. Aurora is the second ban, so Victor's still available to shift for shifters if they want, as Nuke ponders his options alongside the coaching staff. Ooh, Galio, okay. Galio would be a very low damage composition overall. Aurelion Sol 2 in the early game doesn't have the DPS that you're really looking for. Talia, something we don't see too often these days, but does fall into that A-tier bracket of mid-lane tier lists.
Yeah, and she can't manage herself against the Rise. Oh, sorry, dude, and now you are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's the Azir as well. Can manage it against the Azir. But I do think it's still kind of very heavy on, okay, can we manage to lock one person down? And I just don't think you have a huge amount of tools against how much mobility is there on Vitality. I think this is where you're going to look for a massive counter pick for Rooster and say, okay, we want to try and win heavily through sides and try and play 1-3-1 rather than going for this like traditional front-to-back style.
But if Vitality just pick Gnar here, what do you counter with? Do you play something like the Jax into the Gnar?
Jax,
you have to look towards that, but Nako's Gnar is very serviceable even in losing matchups, so wouldn't be surprised if Vitality picked that, because also it rounds out their comp pretty well, right?
Yep.
It gives you okay side lane threat, it's good in team fights if you manage that Mega Gnar bar well, and it really just works wonders. Instead, they're going to go for a little bit more damage. Rumble making his way all the way through to B5, the last pick on blue side. A little surprising that it has worked its way all the way through here, with shifters now looking towards tanks in the top lane to try and answer.
Yeah, it feels like more of trying to take away from the combo from shifters, where you've got that Jarvan Rumble.
Yeah, the hot pot.
Yeah, but you don't really have much set up for it on Vitality's side, so a bit weird. But still, look, it's serviceable, right? You got decent push in the side lanes, but they're bringing out the Jace for Rooster. So this is what I was talking about, having this strong 1-3-1, the ability to try and force plays on that top side, and I think it'll be shifters trying to play through their solo lanes much more this game, and just enabling bot side to fend for itself.
Okay, shifters fans, I don't want to have you down in the dumps before the draft is even completely concluded. Rooster has an 18% win rate on Jace. Ooh. He has won 3 games on it across the course of his career. One of those was in the LEC last year in summer.
Okay, well, since he's joined the LEC, he's 50-50. No, you know what? We can cherry pick them. We can cherry pick them, all right?
Okay, yeah. In the LEC, he has a 50% win rate. All-time, 18.8% over 16 games. And perhaps it's just the caliber of opposition in the LCK challenges slightly higher than here, although I will say Nako definitely laying down the gauntlet to all the other top laners in LEC here in spring. We're going to make our way onto Summoner's Rift in just a moment's time as Vitality look to continue their claim as the best team in Europe. Currently sitting at 4-1. A win here would take them to 5-1. 2 wins ahead of anyone else. Now, you do have to remember, the schedule here is kind of lopsided towards Vitality. They have played... This will be their 6th series, whereas teams like Giant X have only played 3, and teams like Shifters have only played 1, and KC's only played 1 as well. So, although they're first right now, and they are very successful right now, we are not seeing all the other teams play as many series.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1, not a bad start for Vitality, and also taking down GT yesterday, I think is the real kind of cherry on top for why people are kind of re-looking at Vitality. Because for me, it's the jungle and support. Like, Linces and Fleshy are by far and away the most improved from last year.
Agreed.
I've been massively impressed by these two guys. And particular Linces, he has really dictated the way the early games have gone in almost every single game he's in, even against guys who are constantly in the talking point for top junglers like Relech and Skewmont.
Yeah, he's having a really good time so far. Vitality games do tend to go a little bit longer, I will say. They have 3 games over 50 minutes. We're the only team to hold that accolade right now. And they do have a bit of scaling, like Azir scales well, Corki with Anami scales pretty well as well. I think this composition does want to end a little bit quicker than the 50-minute mark on average. They also have the Game 1 buff to Vitality, yet to lose a Game 1 so far in LEC Spring.
So interesting to see what's been done with the wards in the early stage here. So usually you end up with like a ward that ends up popping kind of in around here. You try and spot out where the Raptors are, and you can already see that set up here on this bottom side. But there's a defensive ward as well, just at the red. So basically, Vitality nervous that there actually might be an invade from Bukata coming through now. If Bukata doesn't go for the invade, you have 0 information as to exactly where Bukata started. And that can be a little worrying against a Jarvan who wants to be active in the lanes in the early stages. So I'd be curious to see if they try and go for some sort of early vision play at some stage, just to try and figure out what the Jarvan's path is.
It's always a little bit tricky, especially when your bot lane has used both their wards early doors, right? No wards available for Kazi and Fleshy. They fought over this bot side pressure and around placing that ward at the red to try and spot Bukata if he did go for an invade. It's something you have to be aware of with junglers like Jarvan-like Vi that can avoid vision around the Razorbeak camp, that they can just flag and drag over the wall or Bulk Breaker over the wall, or if you're Trundle and you're Zanzara, flash across the wall. But you always have to be a little bit aware that that sort of invade can come off, and throwing Linsus off his game early doors would make a lot of sense. As you've said, Vitality being not reliant on Linsus, but have leveled up because Linsus' early game and the way he's dictated the pace of his matchups has been very solid over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think what he's basically done is stalemate the jungler to be like, okay, you can't get involved, and then you just have very solid laners like Nako and Humanoid, and even Karzi and Fleshy, as we said, who've leveled up, that can just take over a game then. Like, Humanoid coming into the weekend was 4th when it came to go difference of 14. For mid laners, Nako, we've been highlighting how strong he is as well. So if you can just let these lanes interact, I think you're fine. This time around, though, I'm a little bit less certain. Like, the Rumble not doing so hard into the Jarvan, like, just by definition of the matchup. And as well, like, Ezreal Karma is one of the best push lanes and the best poke lanes you can have, and that makes things very difficult for Karzi and Fleshy to really get control.
And that's why it's wise from Bukata to play around this bot side Scuttlecrab. Gets it very easily. Linsus has to waste another 7 seconds or so to go towards the top side and get a crab of his own. So Bukata will be back out on the map, working his way towards his Krugs, building up towards that second clear. Linsus here uses the Scryer's Bloom. That's the one. I was going to say Scryer's Totem. I was like, that's entirely wrong, Medic. But yeah, Scryer's Bloom to get vision around the Razorbeaks as Bukata already back out on the map. Both the junglers will get themselves a longsword and a ruby crystal to start things off, and Fleshy and Karzi getting poked down underneath the tower. Leads across the board for Shifters. 500 gold their advantage at the 4-minute mark.
Ok, ja mislim da bi trebalo se čujem sad, da li ću čuti normalno, nisam siguran, ali vidjet ćemo šta se događa i na šta će da liči. Software ovaj malo buguje, ali mislim da bi trebalo da bude, to jest bar po čemu vidimo što me čujete kako treba, tako da nadam se da je to slučaj. Podelit ćemo story. Idemo polako na lagani lec.
Uses it instead on a minions, going to try and pull the wave around with Bukata down on his way through the jungle. Might be a fight between the towers that could erupt with that.
Test, javite slobodno da se čujemo.
Bukata and Linsus are going to have a fray over the Razorbeaks. Nuke moving first, Trimby on his way across, and Linsus has to flash away. Shifter's doing a really good job of denying Vitality anything in the early game.
Tako. Story smo delili.
Jungle tick, item tick, so I think he's going to be very happy with that, and nice job from Shifters in the early stages, just using the pressure in their lanes. But now, Nuke hovering towards that top side. I'll be very surprised if Vitality can do much here.
To, što se događa. Vitality Shiftersi, pričali smo ove dve ekipe poprično, uzet ću obzir da Vitality u stvari su na, ne želim da kažem generational runu, ali definitivno izgledaju poprično dobro. Sa druge strane Shiftersi 0-1, ne znam, trebavite se čak i čujem isto. Samo jedan deo ovog softvera izbagovao, ali to je deo koji ja samo vidim, tako da vama ne bi trebalo da pravi neku veliku razliku. Desi popo, bukvalno mi samo buguje svetlo, sad kao RGB naranđast. I piše mi, izlazi mi neki error, ali po nivoima koje mogu da vidim ovde, čini mi se kao da je sve kako treba, tako da vidjet ćemo svakako. Bilo kako bilo, Vitality, Generational Run, Shiftersi, tek 0-1, odigrali su samo jedan game, bilo je dosta priče o Shiftersima, jer su svi otišli u Koreju. Ću popaliti i kameru, do duše mislim ću bez svetla biti bar malo. Ali u suštini bila je cijela priča oko Shiftersa, jer imaju dva, sam ja u mraku, čoveč, jer im je Rooster i Padak su iz Koreje i onda su Bokada, Nuk i Trimby bili u fazonu realno, ajmo i mi u Koreju da bootcampujemo malo. U stvari jako interesanta priča oko njih. Onda su otišli u Koreju, bili su u fazonu kao ajmo idemo u Koreju da vežbamo. I onda su igrali solo queue u Koreji kao da igraju u Evropi i onda se vratili ovdje i dobili su batine prvi game i svi su bili u fazonu shitterzi. Tako da, vidi, ako ništa ima neki komičan faktor. Dok kad su sinoć igrali? Pa nismo, mislim, igrali smo malo posle trojke. Malo posle trojke. Ne, Giga je bilo unlucky sinoć. Znači, žešće ispala jer smo... Igrali smo, ne znam dok li si gledao, ali igrali smo Arame, posle smo Brawlhalu igrali. Posle smo otišli na game Dote, međutim... Bukvalno smo botove igrali. Znači, legitimno smo igrali u botove. Ne znam kako je to moguće. Dobili botove, naravno, ono 75-2 je bio skor. Otišli na Lost Ark, međutim bilo nas je 7, a za Lost Ark je potrebno 8 ljudi. I nismo imali 8. I onda smo prešli na Counter, igrali Countera, Counter nismo igrali 300 godina. Kažem, čisto malo da ispoštujemo što više ljudi, jer kao Counter stvarno nisam baš dugo igrao i rekao, ajde onda klikće malo Countera. Mi smo bili 1-1 u Counteru, ako se ne varam. I to je to. Tako da 3-15 je možda bilo kad smo završili. Danas pošeto luje i sad kad sam se vratio sa šetnje, lego odspavam bukvalno malo. Sat vremena sam lego se komiram. Probudim se u 15 do i upalim, vidim, ne radi mi software za mikrofon. Rekao, ne ovako. A nemam vremena, ne mogu da rešavam to dok mi upaljen stream jer moram palim gasim kom, non stop. Što bi seklo zvuk, jeli, program, tako da to nećemo da radimo. Ali kažem, sve je bitno, mislim, ako se čuje kako treba, to je najbitnija stvar, sve ostalo je manje bitno. Da SK je pobedio Shifters, majko. I to je bio ona 2-1 serija gdje su se tukli 3 sata, jedan best of 3 je bio. Ok. Ovim je četvrta partija i LEC produkcija ih trolaju koliko su loši. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Strašno. Eto. Bravo pedak. A mislim i Karz igra teleport na core queue iz... Cancel recall. Doran laki što umro, ali... Puli. Znači, s Brawlhalu počeli, bro, znači, veruj mi, Popo, evo, da uzmeš da gledaš Brawlhalu, mozak bi te zaboleo. Znači, da uzmeš da gledaš, bukvalno bi te mozak zaboleo. Laki. Da pogledaš Brawlhalu, misle bi te mozak zaboleo. Znači, brate, igrali smo najmanju moguću mapu, koja je ono, razumeš, 10 cm ravna ploča i nas 8 koji se bije svako sa svakim. I kao, nema ono gore, dole, ništa, ne. Znači, užas. Sam mi rekao nešto na streamu, ali mutat ću se, valjda. Ne znam da li ste me čuli ili ne, ljudi, ne znam da mi radi mute dugme, više ništa ne verujem. Lepo su odigrali. Bilo je... Nešto je bilo nabadanje nego što se ne zna koga bije, vrati. U jednom trenutku ne znaš gde ti je lik i random letiš sa mape. Jer ne možeš, znači veruj mi, nema šanse. Ti u onom malom prostoru, 8 modela, igrali smo u 8. I, znači, bukvalno ono, 8 malih čikica koje se tuku je samo insane. Tako da, da. Mađime, hvala, baš sam se, potrudio sam se danas, tako da drago mi je da neko to primeti. Pada, gledaj damage, alo. Se shifteri vraćaju život, ljudi. Je li ovo nova era? Ne znam, Đorđe, sad sam na 300 LP-a, treba da im kad ćemo igrati. Bro, iskreno. I baca ultimu cancel, recall, oba recolla cancela. Sad Trimbi dolazi iza leđa. Još više ih delaya. Bro, kakav je ovo botlane? Grand Canyona, ne diff. Vidi, molim te, on će ne mora cancel ovaj, ali... Bro, i gdje je Ksin i šta Ksin radi kad mu botlane ovoliko gubi? Linkas mora malo da krene da igra. 12. minut ode kula, bro. Konfete? Pro 0-1 su izgubili su od SK rezultatom 1-2, no ne morate baš toliko vide ih tovarite. Mislim, okej da ih ja tovarim, razumete, jer ona kao watch partije, mi chillam. Tovarenje je nešto što mi radimo, to je iz ljubavi, razumete. Ali ne moraju baš kasteri da bacaju konfete jer su uzeli prvu kulu. Nije okej. Mislim, neću ništa reći, ali vidite koliko heroja pedak igra. Ništa neću da pričam, ali razumete. Ništa neću da pričam, ali sve vam je jasno.
Right, their Rumble perhaps the weakest, but if he's in melee range, he can just flame splitter. If he's not, he can equalizer, obviously on a slightly longer cooldown than his Q. But Kazi and Humanoid can deal with waves pretty rapidly, especially Humanoid when he has the backup of Fleshy. Small gold lead coming out for Knuckle.
Okay. Combo, vombo, lepo, dash kroz 100, base shifter si. Lepo, boga mi, lepo igraju, baš isto. Mislim, iskreno trenutno botlane samo gapuje i onda je Vitality unigrivo. Jer fora mi je to ono što uvek, mislim, pričam što se tiče competitive LoLa i, mislim, high LoLa. Što je bolja partija LoLa, to vam jedan loš igrač, ne nužno loš igrač, ali razumete da neko ima lošu partiju, više utiče na vas. I sad pogledajte, vidite ovdje tuku se top jungle vs top jungle, ali jedan support je stigao, drugi nije. I što je način od sve... on se dešava oko za Revel Dirt. I opet shifter si dobio zašto je karma došla gore prva. Samo će Flashy da dobije kill na blokadi. Ne znam da li mora da flashuje baš, ali dobro. Nije znao da je tu, brate. Nisu očekivali nami uopšte, tako da Flashy bi imali snaz. Lepo. Mislim, Nuh igra ne heroja, što je malo problem, ali samo beži dole, ima i flash gore. Eventualno, možda flasha... Mislim, treba je da flasha odmah. Nema on ma... O! Bro, on će ga ubiti, znaš će ga... Oh! Ljudi, jel vi gledate ovo? Šta se dogodilo sa shiftersima? Ko ih naljuti, vrat? Možda ste čuli kako su ljudi komentarisali prvi poraz od SK pa se naljutili, vrat? Pro, zašto shiftersi smurfuju ovoliko? What the fuck? Da Rumble ima ult, mislim, mogu da biju tehnički. Brate mili. Ba kakvi, neće ni da biju ni to. What the fuck?
There's nothing here for him. Vitality over-investing again on towards his top side. Rooster should be able to clear this out.
Veoma čudan razvoj događaja, neću vas lagati. Pa da, zato mi je čudno, vrati. Zato mi je čudno, iskreno. Ubiš ih.
Like, you're getting the kill top, but look how much is being lost bot lane as well. Vitality are over-indexing to that top side of the map. Now Nuke is getting a huge lead. Paduk is already massive.
Fair sudija, fair. Nakon onih botova u Doti juče više mi ništa jasno nije. Više mi ništa jasno nije. Ok, dobro, moraš Italija malo da zagrifa. Malo sam zbunjen, znači nije mi jasno. Mislim, ja sam očekao shifteri samo da izgube, ono 2 brzo u 20, pa idemo dalje, ali... Ali izgleda da ne. Naknako is half HP now, and you can see Linsus and the rest of the squad thinking, do we need to move through blue buff to try and defend him? Maybe we just need to give up the ghost of this time, because that is not long. Ima I toga. Summoner's Rift, going to fall pretty sharpish.
Bukata trying to make a play on this bottom side. There's no well, I suppose Nuke has TP when he gets up.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
Humanoid has no flash. Okay, Bukata, we see you. There's the TP. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nowhere else for him to go. I guess he could TP to a flag. On a flag and drag, right? But with the sun disk going down and humanoid being forced off, I think
sun disk.
They didn't give up any of that.
Volim je zazirao pasivno. Ništa, mislim, shiftersi, gledajte, u ovom trenutku shiftersi imaju free win i faktički ne mogu da izgube game ako odigraju tačno. Znači, ako obe ekipe ne naprave grešku, shiftersi samo free winaju, jer su uzeli prijom na botos su krenuli da snowballaju Drakeove. I to je u suštini kako se igralo. Zato sam jako impresioniran što se tiče shiftersa. Jer, kad pogledate što oni rade ovdje, znači oni sad uzmu za 35 sekundi Drakea, jer su jači mnogo, znači Karzi u odnosu na padaka nebo i zemlja, to je free Drake. I onda 5 minuta pokušavaš što više možeš da uđeš u protivničku džunglu i da im dinajaš deo farma. To je sve. Farmuješ 3 lane-a, farmuješ svoju džunglu, farmuješ njihovu, ne po tom redosledu. Znači tu ti je najveći prio da dinajaš njih, zabodeš raptore, zabodeš vukove, zabodeš, razumete, svašta nešto. Ovo dropaš za Drakea, fajn je. Ova kula bi pala sve jedno, mislim nema razloga se bio. Mogu da probaju sad kada Rumble nema ult, ali oni su već trebali da rade zmaja. Karzin izgrifovo, nema flash. U suštini trebali bi što pre da uzmu Drakea samo da se pre spona sledeći, to je čitava point. Ali Jarvan na topu. Treba samo zmaja da uzmu, bukvalno samo treba da uzmu. Znači poenta uzimanja zmaja ovdje je samo sledeći red za što pre. I sad naravno mi možemo kažemo da, ali ako dođe do Eldera, Elder flip možda vi na game vitality da, ako im shiftersi daju da stilaju, što ne bi trebalo se dogoditi. Olga je na shieldovo, brate, mili za sve pare, vidio, gledao. Ču. Treći Drake. Minimum LCK. Treći Drake. Kula na botu je na 2 plate-a, mislim da i to verovatno mogu da uzmu. Ali neće Nuk da flipa, što je fajn, ne mora. Idemo on damage. Talija sa Rajelem neće baš shotati, on više igra kontrolu. Uglavnom, sad radiš ono što sam rekao. Znači, uzmeš i ispušaš mid, top bot, uzmeš top kulu jer je free i onda probaš da im peckaš kampove. I to je sve. 4 minuta, 2-3 kampa probaš da im stilaš umeđu vremenu. Baron flip je fajn, ako su iskoristili Shelly da izbituju više ljudi na botu, pa probaju da uzmu Baron na taj timing, ali mislim da je Baron flip previše riski. U smislu, Baron je težak objektiv, mnogo lakše mogu da ga kontestuju, mnogo ćeš više tih healtha izgubiti. Tako da ne bi dirao Barona, iskreno. Samo bi čekao Drake sad.
I'm so confused by it. Why is it called endless hunger when it looks like something you'd like swing around your hips at a rave? I don't get it.
Did you not have hula hoops, crisps?
I did
Hula
have
hoops?
Yeah,
It's just that. It's just
that does not look like any hula hoops crisps I've ever seen in my life, man.
Too, you know?
Okay, yeah. You used to put them around your rings and pretend you were married with people on the playground, yeah.
Or are you just like
I think I'm still in like 7 legal relationships because of them. What can I say? Child medic was a player. Little baby medic.
And most of the times it was just so you could trade it for like a Rice Krispie.
Yes, it's like, hey, I'll marry you if you give me your Rice Krispie treat. Thank you very much.
Linka s humanoid su gore, nema, ali oni sad ne rade ništa. Samo ne trebaju da uzimaju fajtove koje nisu 300% sigurni dobiju. Vodiš 3 Drake i 6k golda, ti ne uzimaš ništa ovdje. Bukvalno. Bukvalno ne uzimaš ništa.
That's okay. They can just farm waves, push it out. It will give Vitality a little bit of chance to scale, but Shifters as well have not been unproactive this game. They've constantly been finding ways to accelerate their gold advantage.
Yeah, it's kind of on Vitality.
I kažem, eventualno ću uzmeš ovako, probaš da mu pecneš double goleme. Probaš raptore gore mu pecneš. Bilo bi cool da mogu da crtam, a ne vidite mi miš nažalost na ekranu. Bar da mogu mišom da vam pokazujem, ali stvarno kapirate o čemu pričam svejedno, tako da lagana priča. Samo mogu probaju da se shiftaju, ne ovako, dole da uzmu kulu, ali kažem, ova kula nije toliko bitna. Znači, da li su uzeli ovu kulu ili neće biti 500-600 golda njima u ukupan gold bit koji je već veliki, 6k u 20 minuta. Ovo će im biti, ja mislim, last reset pre Drake-a. Osim ako neko nije baš blizu ili ima TP, tipa Jace Italija mogu da resetuju još. I sad ovako uđeš im u džunglu. Ovo što će flashi da svipa, to moraš da kontestaš opet. Pomerili su control wardove na gornju stranu, što mi govori da će možda htjeti da rade Barona dok Vitality radi Drake-a. Jer mislim, svaki put ja kad vidim ovako nešto na mapi, u fazonu sam zašto oni to rade. Zašto oni mrdaju kontrolove gore sad? I mislim, kao... Razumem zašto bi trebali to da rade ako žele Barona, ali moja poenta je da generalno što se tiče kao analitičnog kastovanja i sve to, ili generalno igranja profesionalno, uvek si u fazonu zašto neka ekipa nešto radi, šta želeš tim da postignu. Vol malo loš, ali nije ni bitno, Rumble je dovoljno behind. Jer oni su sve svoje wardove pomerili u topside. I ovo izgleda kao što kao da žele da uzmu Barona. Jeli? To je poenta. Možda Vitality treba da izgubi da Shiftersi imaju šansu uđu u playoff. To je moguće.
Firmly in the driver's seat, and even in a 5v5, I think they should be fine.
I agree. I'm gonna put one hand up and say, although they got the kill, firstly timing wasn't great. Secondly, they burnt 2.
Znači ćemo da vidimo. Podsjeti, koja je druga serija danas trebam da vidim? Heretics i KC, to će biti cool. Da imamo da će KC se probudi, imaju najbolji roster u lecu, a grifaju. I sad mi je ovo čudno, oni su vardovali gore kontestiju Drake-a, nakon je mrtav. Ok, nije mrtav, kako su mogli da ga ne ubiju ovdje, ali... Opa, ma Pedak! Bro, Pedak se naljutio nešto ozbiljno, mnogo lepo igra. Mislim, nije da lepo igra, nego igra heroja koji mu daje free win, razumete? Šta mislite kako sam ja došao do 300 LP-a? Što sam dobar, ne, nego što igram Ezreala. Da, ne, igraju moj lol, samo pikaš Ezreala i vinaš game. Ja pokušavam da objasnim ekipama, niko me ne sluša, brate, nisam im ja kriv. Ezreal najjači AD carry u igrici. By far najjači carry u igrici. Najjači AD carry u igrici, nije najjači carry, kažem opet. U solo queue, pogotovo u druge stvari mogu nosu, oni ne rade u 3 života. Ezreal završava Drake-a, uzimaju solo, Vitality izgubio ovaj game. U 26 minuta znamo ko je dobio partiju. To je fora. Shiftersi bootcampovali u Koreji, nisu jedan scrim odigrali. Ali fair, mislim, to je moguće. Znaš, Onako, geografski su bliže Kini, tako da, znaš, načuli su stvari. Ne, nema damage. Puno damage ima, ali nema dovoljno damage. Da, Ezreal, brate, je samo beyond broken. Ezreal je samo toliko jak hero. Pore što je, mislim, Ezreal opada. Da, okej. Znači, ako gledamo partiju od sat vremena i s druge strane Caitlyn Junara, šta mi koji god ade carry Korki. Korki će outscalovati, ali do Korki dotle dođe, bro, ti si 3 partije izgubio. Jako redko partije traju 50 minuta i 50 minuta partije kada traju samo zbog greške ekipe koja treba da pobedi. I sad samo trebaju da i ovaj Rumble ulti nije došao do Barona nakon. Šta radiš, brati? Pakao. Mislim, kažem, ruku na srce, Pedak je igrao lepo, nije da nije. Kao, Pedak je igrao dobro. Ali... nemam pojma. Mislim da i pored toga Ezreal samo jako broken.
There being no tiebreakers played at the end of this split, your game score really matters. So taking a win of someone like Vitality, even if it's just one in this series, and it's looking like it'll be more than that for Shifters, that they dive on the humanoid and onto Flex.
Vitality se raspad ovaj game. Mislim, jedina stvar sad ovu partiju za Vitality što ostaje da pričaju o tome kako će da igraju game broj 2. Kao, okej, dobro, ovaj game si stompovan, Shifteri su odigrali jako lepo. Fajn, šta god dogodi se gubiš. Završe game i koriste ovo vreme kao pauzu. Ne znam da li Rooster možda trekuje na Knakov ulti. Mislim da je Faker bi trekao svaki ulti, ali eto, ne znam, ako zna timer Rumble ult, oni Rumble ne dobije ulti, samo igraju hard. Fukalno hard forward. Bro, ja ne znam što oni se recimo ne hard commituju ovdje. Rumble nema ulti, oni nemaju Azira. Sad će ga dobiti, samo moraju se paze, ali...
in the first portions of the draft, well, they made up very well for that with this Jace and Talia. The Ezreal getting so accelerated as well, already at 4 items as Linces is knocked and immediately sent to the grave. Kazi trying to survive from the seismic shove. Quite close onto the humanoid though.
Imaju wave. Imaju 2 ova kripa, ali oni su van turret range-a i onda ne mogu da urede ništa. Sjeća se kad je Baron ubrzavao wave, to je bilo fun. Izgleda neće probati da završi game, dobro, što god. A gledaj, znaš kako, mislim, Elder flip je flip ako protivnik ima kako da ušeta u zonu. Ali ti ako vodiš 12.000 golda i neko ti dođe do Eldera, nije se teleportovao na Eldera, to je veliki danak na iskustvu, što bi se reklo. Znaš kao, to bukvalno samo ne bi smjelo da se dogodi. Jer kao, kako oni uhodaju do Eldera, Vitality? Koje vrađbine tu trebaju se dogodi da neko od Vitalitya dođe do Elder Rake-a? Nema šanse.
It's just, am I sacrificing someone else in that situation to have Mozzie bites the next day? And usually it would be my wife these days. I hope she's not listening, actually, because I would 100% sacrifice her. She's much sweeter than I am mosquitoes.
Damn.
Shifters now pushing through the bot side.
Napeto, boga mi, napeto.
They get mid-prio, which is what you expect. With the super minions here, it would take Vitality a little bit longer to deal with it.
Što mi je upaljen topčan, nisam vidio sve poruke.
He's got Infernal Soul, and obviously he's an Ezreal, so has that arcane shift. maybe just waiting for Rooster to come across and get that push in mid. Paduk will team up with the rest of his lineup down towards this bottom side on a way that Nuke has already prepped for them to take down the
Jukarzi. Da je E-Basic konektovo, on je mrtav. Pa je stirao, nite desi. Healu, healu. Ej, ništa, sad polako kuckaju na vrata dole. Malo po malo. Ezreal nema cooldown više na W. Na Q. I na šta. W basic. Ovo je sa fortificationom, sa... Pa da, splitting fortification. Treći inhib. Uzmite inhib pa idete na Eldera. Ovo pedak malo ga radi na agresiju, nema ali nebitno, Ramul je promašio ulti. Nami ult neće konektuje, Ezreal buffer, damage ulti. I sad samo mogu se vratiti na Eldera, završe game, a ko će da igraju safe? U teoriji ne moraju, mogu i bez Eldera završe. Samo trebaju odmah da biju, onda ako završavaju trebaju da... To, i ovi moraju da hard commituju fight, Linkas će bude shotovan. Nako, dobra zonja, samo što je sad mrtav, i pedak, opa. Ma ja, kakav Thor. Actually, možda? Ma nije, ne, fine, GG's. Jako lepo, iskreno. Ovo mi je samo školski šta se događa kad napravite lead na botu i kako da pobedite game od bukvalno jednog lane koji je vinao, tako da... Jako, jako lepo. Ništa, puštamo intervju. Uživajte, tu smo za 10 minuta sa Gijom.
I would say that they gave us a nice matchup bot lane, right? That was of course one nice thing, because obviously Azure has a bit more range than Corki, so he had a lot of free shooting, and that was really nice. And yeah, we managed to snowball, because right, obviously in this matchup they can't really help them much. So yeah, that was pretty nice. I enjoyed it, yeah.
You still have a game to go, maybe two, so I'll let you go to your team, and I head over to my guys, because I was listening a little bit to Trimby as well. At the end of that game, he was calling a lot. I don't need this anymore, I think. He was calling a lot. He was like, okay, we can push, we can. Look out, Zinzao wants to flash on you. The wave top, look at the wave top, careful. Like, really impressive.
I mean, Trimby is an incredibly vocal player. And I think when the team gels well, and you can see when the mental is good for this team, I think it's a completely different beast. But really the laners, I think this game were the highlights for me. Because this was the cleanest Estral I think I've seen all year.
Yeah, it was an individual masterclass. The mechanics from these players was spectacular to watch. And the fact that they were finding these outplays on a team that I thought were just mechanically some of the best players we have in Europe right now shocks me coming to this game. To play with this level of confidence was spectacular to see.
Well, he did talk about the matchup, right? Trimby said, well, we were in a comfortable position. Can you see that, Jack?
I mean, the matchup for sure is quite nice for Estral Karma, but normally when a matchup is quite nice in the LEC, it means, yeah, you get like 10-15 CS lead. You don't just 2v2 kill them, get the bot tower at 12 minutes, come out of lane with a huge lead, and just carry every single team fight like we saw Paduk do there.
It was the pushing of the advantage that maybe impressed me as much, if not more, than the way they gathered their advantage. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, and I think like we actually have a telestrator to really break this down, because there was a nice roam from Trimby to set up this play, and we talked a lot about Paduk, the damage, the impact, massive, but Nuke, low-key, had a actually very significant performance in this game as well.
Yeah, so it starts off with Trimby here roaming up to try to kill Nako, and Trimby goes really close range, but he has the Mantra W to heal himself up, which buys him enough time that he gets the root on Nako even when he flashes, but Nuke is already here, landing a 2-man W, getting a stun on both Vitality members, which sets Rooster up to do so much damage, and then Linces gets stunned again by the rocks, so he has such a hard time killing Trimby, it takes him so long that by the time now Linces wants to go for Rooster, Nuke has his E and his W back up, and Nuke places the E really nicely to block the path of Linces, while also predicting Linces' dash, so you're about to see the W from Talia right here to knock him away, which doesn't give him the range to take down Rooster, and then it becomes a bit of a crazy play.
And we're here celebrating Nuke. He's doing a fantastic job, but Kazi's thinking to himself, I need to get something back for my team. So he's recognizing now Nuke is overextended. Here's an opportunity for me to find a punish. Commits the teleport, looks for a play, doesn't go the way that they wanted it to.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, ADCs with teleport is a tale as old as time. We go a bit too crazy with the summoner spell, and Karsi wants to go for the kill, misses the final rocket. I mean, if that's not Korean bootcamp effect on Nuke there, I don't know what is.
I don't know what it is. I wonder. Oh, is he gonna say something? I wonder if we have the voice comm for Karsi actually in that moment. Production, if you can see if something spicy there. I don't know. We're checking apparently. Yeah. Also, in terms of the interview that Trimby gave beforehand, he said we think. Oh, we do have the voice comm for that moment. Let's listen.
No, that's a bit unlucky. It was brilliant, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Trimby said beforehand that they had scouted them, of course, right? And that he thinks that their gathering of gold, Vitality, was one-dimensional at times. Did we actually see, because of being so proactive, obviously good lanes, playing them well, sometimes easier said than done for any team, and pushing your advantage so that you can't get Linces to help your top laner. You can't have a Karzi that can get the ball rolling. It seems so clear now that I saw it, but it is harder to execute in
I feel like they identified what Vitality need really well. If we can bring up the draft, initially we had the conversation about the draft, and I didn't hate the Vitality draft, but I just think that Shifters, they identified two things. One is Vitality needs winning lanes, because how we've seen them win is when either Karsi or Nagnako or Humanoid really gets unleashed in lane, and then they snowball their own advantage. So Shifters instead goes for the approach of, we're going to pick champions that are harder to execute, the Estral and the Jace, but it means that we're going to have a winning lane matchup, and it plays into Shifters' game plan as well. We've talked about it, right? The best part of Shifters is their individual skill. And this draft plays exactly into that. You have winning lanes that are hard to execute, but with that added ceiling comes such a big added bonus.
And I mean, it just goes to show, the less English you know, the better that you perform mechanically.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I really think that Shift has stepped up today. My expectations for this team were so low,
But
especially
sorry,
coming into this
are you
week.
saying Nuke because he's French? That he doesn't know English?
That's not what I was saying.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I was saying. No, I was saying that going to Korea means that your Korean gets better,
All right.
and that therefore increases your mechanics.
Okay, Vetty.
I mean, I'm not sure how much we can listen to Betty anyways. He suddenly starts
What do you
believing in
mean?
Vitality. Vitality
Yeah, it's true.
loses.
Korean Jace beats Nagnako. We found it.
Apparently, this is, I think, I was telling Jack, I think this is the worst Nagnako game I think we've seen, at the very least, this split. So to see him getting trounced like that was quite the surprise.
It's true. I don't know what this is.
I mean,
I also don't know.
This is just, I
Oh,
just
yeah,
saw
this is
this and
Cloud
I loved
Fiesta.
how Paduk was
Oh,
just
yeah,
walking
yeah.
up. Like, he's literally frontline against them, such aggression. He's the one that starts the fight with the exhaust.
Crazy.
I mean, it just, really nice Estral play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kept like, it's just so
Listen,
nice.
take it from Ezreal that it was really nice Ezreal play. You kind of look like him. How does Shifters parlay this into a 2-0 they desperately need?
I think try to have a similar draft. You can't, of course, pick the same champions because of Fearless, but winning lanes and strong, like,
Agency.
strong agency
Yeah.
champs is really what I want to see. I think if they try to go for like a scaling approach or something that's slower, it will not work for them. Vitality will run over the game. So try to recreate the magic from game
Put
one.
that 200k to work.
I also think that Vitality was just a little disrespectful. I think that they underestimated their opponents. I think that they tried to skill check their opponents and got straight up outplayed. So I think Vitality will wake up a little bit more in game 2, and I do hope that we'll see a better individual performance from many of the players on that roster.
Yes. Maybe we believed in them too much.
Perhaps.
It's a tale as old as time. We'll see if Shifters bring this home 2-0 or if Vitality fight back.
Let's go! That was sick! Paduk! Oh wait, no, Paduk! Paduk needs the other session! Oh my god! My lord, that was incredible!
I'm around, looking. Oh yeah, look.
Go, go, go.
He stunned.
Yeah.
Really good, guys. I push what? Really
Job.
good. I just flash.
I'm coming. Maybe
Flash,
go.
okay, really good.
Oh yeah, help him. Oh, good job. Nice one, Nuke.
Whoa, whoa.
Really good. Guys,
Get
we hit
the-
brother. Let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow. Get it together whatever the
Hello and welcome back to LEC Spring, where we've just seen shifters take game of Vitality. Can they take more? That's the question that we are all here to answer.
I mean, it was an absolute stomp. It was very convincing from shifters, and I'm now kind of looking at this game too in a very different light, saying, hey, with the correct draft, can we see them control that early stage again and kind of, put it up to Vitality? Because Vitality, for me, we're kind of looking at like one of the top dogs in the league, but shifters putting them in their place.
It is in keeping with the top dogs of the LEC to lose games to lower tier teams. However, I came into this week with a lot of expectations and thoughts around shifters, and I've realized I've based those all off LEC Versus, which is valid, and one series. So now I'm going to reset my expectations. I'm going to treat
only
them...
look at that last game.
Only one game.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a game 1 Andy instead of a 2-game Andy, okay? Upgrading. 1 is better than 2. If you podium, you get first, much better. So with 1 game Andy for this one. And I'm going to reset my expectations. I'm going to expect shifters to play like they did in game 1. And if they don't, then we can talk about inconsistency. We can talk about problems and struggles and that sort of jazz. As Vitality have chosen second pick. And shifters on the red side for the 4th time this split. As they are going to ban out Caitlyn and Pantheon. And Vitality are going to remove the Orianna.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to continue with. Rise still up there. Still a lot of the Aurora and those mid lane picks that are very strong. And then the Ashe Seraphine is kind of the other focus as well. So there goes, I imagine, the Rise. There we go. Yeah. And we'll have to see what the next plan is.
No real surprises that Orianna and Rise do get removed. We'll see where shifters go with their final ban of this phase. You're playing up against Vitality. Maybe you want to get rid of something strong in Naknako's pool, although they do tend to leave Naknako for 4-5 when they can. Could also get rid of something like the Varus if you're nervous about that. It's an often banned AD carry that does just have a lot of strength in and of himself, and the fact that he can go both the lethality and go towards the lethal tempo makes him a very powerful pick. They are kind of hinting at an Ashe Seraphine with this Nautilus ban.
Yeah, it is. It's surprisingly been one of our top bans, but honestly it is just kind of the go-to engage for a lot of the range support matchups. So it makes a lot of sense. But what is the plan here for Vitality? Do they end up trying to ban away part of that equation?
No, instead they're going to go towards the Mel ban. Okay, so getting rid of something strong for Nuke in the mid lane. We talked about how good he is on these control mages, and Mel very much fits into that wheelhouse. So not going to see her on the Rift. Shifters have signaled their intent with the Nautilus ban that Ashe and Seraphine are very much high on their grocery list of picks in this draft. They could also look towards something that does just get lane pressure, like the Bard, and Trimby will be picking that one up.
So they're going to give that across, but Caitlyn is banned. So what we've seen is like Bard Caitlyn as an answer into Ashe Seraphine. So I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is, unless they're happy to just go Bard Varus in this sort of scenario.
Bard Varus I think gives you good poke, but you can also go lethality if you lethal tempo if you need it.
Ok, evo nas nazad. I da vidimo šta nas čeka, šta se događa ovde. Vitality i Shiftersi, kao što smo rekli, game broj 2 iz nekog razloga. Neko je jako naljutio Shifterse pre ove partije i samim tim smo dobili verovatno nikad jače Shifterse.
Cool, we've got mobility on the Yunara as long as I'm ulted, so I can avoid this Bard problem and still try to play hyper-aggressive in the lane.
They're probably actually going to wait on the Lulu pick because they already know it's a Bard, right? So you go for your jungler, pick up the Wukong, which works really well with Lulu. You can also work with something like a Rakan if you want to add a little bit more engaged threat there. We'll see where Vitality decide to go with their bot lane. The Rakan Yunara not as powerful, obviously, as the Lulu Yunara in lane. Shifters are looking towards a jungle of their own. Ooh, we're going to see... I mean, Bard isn't really an enchanter. You can kind of think of him as kind of a pseudo jack-of-all-trades kind of situation, but double enchanter would have been interesting. Instead, it is going to be Vi Fubukada, something you can really get onto that backline with, and having the Tempered Fate already there to isolate people is going to allow that cease and desist to have a lot more power.
Yeah, I wonder if they immediately take the, I was going to say Ari, but it's actually going to be the Aurora that they go for. So basically having something that can combo well too. So already you're seeing a lot of...
Jako čudan izbor botlina, moram da priznam.
So with the Lulu now, at least Vitality will still have decent ways of trying to keep Yunara alive. But Fleshy will definitely have to be careful of his positioning because he can quickly get isolated thanks to this Aurora, and a lot more of the damage I assume is to follow.
We'll have to see what Fleshy can do on this pick. Obviously Lulu's something we've seen quite a lot, but not something he's picked so far this spring split. So it's his first time on the Lulu here in spring 2026. Obviously he's played it in the past a few times. I'm just checking exactly how many. Ooh, 12 times, 5 and 7 on the pick. The last time we saw him crack it out was summer playoffs last year, and he was playing in KC versus Vitality. So it has been a while. Before that, we're looking all the way back into 24, 23, but it's a pick that all supports need to know right now. Varus the next ban from Vitality, as they're going to get rid of that strong AD carry power that we talked about.
Yeah, I'm like maybe the Jhin as well, though Jhin Bard not crazy. It's kind of nice where you can get the slow and the auto attack from the Bard and then set up for the...
Jhin u Wukonga je malo tough. Tough.
They're kind of dwindling in the AD carry pool, so I'm curious what Paduk's plan is here as to pair...
Mislim, može da ga igra, nemam pojma. Korki je igran, Ezreal je igran. Yunara je uzeta, Varus je uzet, Caitlyn je banovana.
just for the feather storm, and she still puts out good damage. You already have enough dive.
Sivir.
If your AD carry can just survive through the initial cyclone hit, then it kind of works.
Sivir.
You also see things like the Kai'Sa from Shifters.
Zaboravili su da postoji Sivir.
I'm not sure it's the best.
Tu sam ja. Lagana priča.
You can bounce off the back wave with the Yunara, and Kai'Sa needs to play up to kind of get the CS, so it makes that lane a bit miserable. So yeah, I'm curious. And also then what Rooster wants to try and take, because again, we're seeing Shifters keep that counter pick, I imagine, for Rooster in that top side, which does work out well against Naknako, but significantly less bans towards that top side of the map means that Naknako can go towards things like, you know, the Gnar and the Renekton that he's shown a lot of promise on.
Yeah, he has tons of picks that he can look towards, depending on where Vitality decide to go. I wouldn't mind something like the Gnar. Gives you good follow-up on the Wukong Cyclone. Gnar, a bunch of people into the wall, right? Lots of CC in team fights. As the final ban is a missed ban from Shifters, as far as I can tell. We'll have it confirmed to us whether that is a ban that has just not registered, or whether that is actually a fully missed ban from Shifters deciding not to ban anything in that phase, or just missing out on the timing. Akali in the mid lane for Humanoid. That's going to be answering up against this Aurora, and now we'll see where Shifters decide to go with their AD carry and with their blind pick top laner.
So I got confirmed it was a missed ban by Shifters, so not missing any information. But Akali, I think, interesting to see in towards the Aurora. There's a lot of burst damage, and Aurora obviously going to have the ability to try and poke you out in lane. So we'll probably see Vitality play pretty heavily around mid just to try and help out. But their Shifters actually not going to take their AD carry, which
I mean, they still have next pick, right? So they pick AD carry next.
No, sorry, I think they should have taken their AD carry, kept the counter pick.
Where they don't have counter. It's confusing because they're on red side, but they're not. Yeah, they were first pick. No, worries.
Sivir.
It confuses us. Yes.
Zaev. U stvari, vjerovatno je Zaev bolje u Akali, ali... Jhin baš neće igrati. Ja ne znam kako će Jhin da igra u Oki Kai'Sa, fajn.
Yesterday we saw the Lissandra as well from him, which was a 3-year-old pick. The last time we'd seen that was in 23. So he is going back to a few of those older picks. It is Kai'Sa instead of the Xayah for Shifters to round out their composition. Naknako hovering Quinn, which is a very good matchup into Renekton, but not one that your coaches are likely to let you play.
Maybe 15 to 20 professional games of Quinn into Renekton, and I've seen the Quinn win it, I think, once. She hard wins the lane, and then every time just completely gets destroyed.
I'm going in. Oh, yeah. Especially into a Vi.
It's like, oh, wait. Still, though, I think both teams kind of, you see the game plan, right? From Shifters it is, hey, we've got dive that we want to follow up.
Ne znam, Kai'Sa baš dugo nije bila igrana niti pikana, tako da me stvarno zanima šta će se dogoditi ovdje. Jer realno gledano nije toliko jaka.
You don't have that push in the bottom side. You've got a matchup that, you know, Rooster can try and play aggressive in the top side, but definitely Naknako has a bit of an easier time in there. So I think and then for Vitality, I think they've got decent scaling thanks to the Lulu and the Yunara and like good setup with the Wukong. So from this one, this feels more like the kind of composition that Vitality can play through the early stages and play towards their strengths of those late game fights.
Yeah, actually have some engagement.
No, vidjet ćemo. Šta će da... Šta će bilo da Kai'Sa uopšte, to je pitanje.
Just a little while ago for Vitality. I mean, their series often go to 3 games, but they don't often start them off by losing, and they bounce back to winning ways. Again, we see them go on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I think for Vitality, eyes on Linces again. Like, can he try and play around Humanoid in this mid lane and just get Humanoid out of what is a pretty miserable laning phase? And then hope that you have an ability to try and play through this 1-3-1. If not, I think that's where Bukata and Nuke can have a field day, locking down Humanoid, especially post-level 6, and just farming off of this Akali to get some kills towards Nuke.
I agree with you there. Interesting ward placement from both teams. I believe on the Razorbeaks, Bukata actually placed on the Razorbeaks. He placed his own ward that is currently being like covered by the fact that there is a ward from Humanoid there as well. So they know, well, Shifters know exactly where the ward is in this early game, giving Bukata again the flexibility to work around it and be avoided on vision for the start. Linces wasn't spotted as he started his route as well, but there is a ward on his Razorbeak, so he will be if he decides to go across there. I wonder if Bukata might look for a 3-camp into red steel possibility here. It's always an option if
Okay, instant heal.
But right now,
Nisam nešto pretjerano ljubitelj tog playa, ali dobro.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment we'll probably just have both junglers going for these full clears as traditional, and not really having too much interaction other than that. Because again, I think you're kind of hoping that you're at least sorry, if you're a Bukata, you want to try and play towards lanes that have set up for you, which is your top half of the map. And if you're Vitality, I think it is just trying to farm to level 6's Linces and then try and play for a lot of these skirmishes.
That makes sense. Bukata isn't going to do anything sneaky. He's just going to go over towards his Razor Beak. Anyway, slightly ahead is Linces as he's already hitting onto those chickens and should be able to get a tiny bit.
Gde je kod Aldane? Hello. Ja i dalje ne mogu da verujem su Shifters uzeli prvi game uopšte. Tako da sam malkice zbunjen i ne znam ni šta da očekujem. I kad pogledam sad ovu partiju, da razmislim da je kao ovo prvi game i da se prvi game nije dogodio, opet bih rekao da Vitality samo hard stompa i ova. Nakon ima heroina koja možda carry-a. Linka skeluje bolje od Bokade. Humanoić je dobio baterije na početku, što je normalno, ali mislim bi kasnije treba da bude skroz okej. Tako da ne vidim kako ekipa Shiftersa dobija. Prošli game su dobili pure preko bota.
Struggling in the mid lane, melee into range matchup, not the most fun. Nuke using his passive really effectively to get those 3-hit passives off and then the healing out of it as well as massive.
The electrocute as well. It's just all of it is just very, very different. And this is what I was talking about, why Linces has to be the difference maker and he's in mid already.
And Nuke, he dashes away. Will be slowed by the red buff. Linces going to use the clones to get an extra auto attack in, but nothing too consequential there as Nuke still at half HP uses his potion.
Yeah, it's just that the most dangerous time for a humanoid is when
I humanoid samo treba da čeka. Čeka polako, farmuje lagano, ima D-shield. Tako da će polako da se healuje. Ovdje je da priđe za Canona, ali neće uspeti. I Trimby je bio tu da račune kao ako će za nešto obaci sve spelove, to je za Canon, onda priđe obaci tunel kad ovaj uđe na Canona. U teoriji je mogo da baci reverse shuriken Q da uzme Canon i da se shurikenuje nazad. Ok. Flash W, basic, cool, nice. Rooster je solo killovao naka, ja ne razumem. Ja stvarno ne znam šta se događa s Shiftersima. I sad rushuj plated, please. Dobi si kill, samo rushuj plated, nemoj da gribaš. Ako uzme 2 longsworda i boots, bit ću zabrinut. Okej, Shiftersi. Rooster dobije solo kill, rusha plated, bravo. Ja koji navijam za defanzivnu opciju, nešto nikad nećete čuti, ali kao ovo je jedini tačan način se igra ovaj matchup. Znači nebitno da li si našao lead ili ne, moraš da rushaš plated steel cap Sugnara, inače nećeš igrati uopšte.
Every good jungler needs a long sword and a ruby crystal on their first back. Oh, it's a sheen and a ruby crystal this time.
Yeah, he's a little bit more gold.
A tiny bit more, yeah.
It does, again though, it's like Bukata basically not losing too much for going for that invade though, because he's now just moving up towards the top side. You have to clear, reset, have it by himself, and then come back onto this bottom side. Whereas Linces was kind of delayed again. He went for the reset, sure, but he went for his Krugs on the bottom side, which he should be holding to take after the 530. But look at where the spawn is for Scuttle. It's on this top side, and now he's got to try and make his whole way up here after waiting another 5 seconds, I imagine, to get this upgraded smite.
Yeah, I don't think Linces is even going to contest. It's such a long walk. Maybe if Fleshy is there, they can step in, but Trimby's already at that topside Scuttle, right? So it's going to be pretty easy for Bukata to take it, even without the upgraded smite. Linces is running his way across, but those little monkey legs don't carry him fast enough, it seems. Fleshy will step forward, Trimby's here, it's like, hey, this is already claimed. This area is not yours right now, Vitality, and Bukata will get the first real contestable scuttle of the game.
Still sitting on this top side, but you've got both jungler and support from Vitality moving their way across to help Naknako.
Naknako is very mini right now as Humanoid jumps onto Nuke.
No, ubio je Naknako ovdje. Možda ga ne ubiju. Trimby basicu i slobodno, nema se plašiš ukradeš kill, samo dobi kill at this point. I došao Renekton i promašili su nekoliko kripova i Shiftersi ozbiljan prešao na top side-u mape. Još jednom Trimby diffuje. Flash i ne može da parira. Jako, jako lepo. Niko je Nuke ostao bez heal, I guess da je humanoid ultao, pa ga je čankovao.
Rooster's winning, Bukada's winning, Nuke is winning, Padak is winning, and Trimby's winning. Like, it is all red at the bottom. Yes, those two at the bottom are only 100 gold combined, but they're still ahead. And that's what matters in our world of conjecture and happenstance. Shifters having a very solid early game for the second game in a row.
And I don't think it's going to let up, right? Again, we were saying that Humanoid kind of needed the help from Linces to get through this early laning phase. And Humanoid did get a decent trade onto Nuke there, but hasn't really had as much control as he would like. And now you're getting to a point where Nuke can get a ton of damage off, and it like the only thing you're worried about is whenever Humanoid has that ult up, that maybe he can look for the all-in.
Attack speed boots na pedaku. I dalje ne znamo šta će da builda. Što znači čak i da pogađam, nemam ideje šta bi pogodio. Kraken, Rageblade, Dusk and Dawn, eto, to mi je guess. Jer legitimno nemam pojma šta buildaš ovdje. Možda buildaš full AP, imaš Fire Renektor, ono ti AD scale u late-u malo loš. Ali si malo jači u Akali. Možda buildaš full AD, ali to ti baš nema smisla jer je Aurora jedini AP. Tako da Kraken, Rageblade, Dusk mi zvuči najviše viable. I onda možda buildaš Zonio ako hoćeš. Trimby nema flash, zato ga kolapsuju ovdje.
Couldn't actually stop Linces from following up, and Karzi with enough DPS to finish off the Bard.
Yeah, really big there overall from Vitality. Shifters, though, are going to try and answer on this top side. Ricardo's spotted out by Humanoid. Turns back onto him. A good shuriken back there from Humanoid. Dashes back in for a little bit more damage. Cease and desist available in 3 seconds' time, though, so Humanoid needs to be careful. Dashes away, uses the Twilight Shroud. Cease and desist there for the chase between worlds. Goes Nuke, flash away from Humanoid. The chase continues as Humanoid will fall, and Vitality will get a Drake.
Shifters will respond with 1 kill on the top side, but as you say, Dragon going to be the extra little cherry on top for Vitality. Still though, like this is where if your Shifters trying to play on this top side is your safe space, but a great play from Linces, getting access to bot side, because I feel like Karzi and Flesh are their wing knock.
Knuckles ultimate is down, no flash for him for a couple of seconds. Bulkbreaker just short, if that gets the knock up, I think Shifters could have chased for a little bit more out of that, but Knuckle goes mini, gets that range advantage and forces a Rooster away.
So it's all for nothing, essentially, on that top side play.
Oh, he's got a scuttle crap, you know.
But he's just going to back away, get his own crooks, and then I think again, like, now my focus is how can Linces continue to play around this bottom side, because you've already got that Dragon. You can try and look for a little bit of a trade on the Void Grubs at the moment if you'd like to, which is where I think he's going to. But still, like, Karzi getting that early kill helps out massively, and if you can punish this bottom side, again, I think Karzi and Flesh be the win con with this.
Mora pogodi Q za većinu brsta. Mislim, Aurora je baš Q-based. Jer mora pogodi 3 hita, jako će teško pogoditi E pa 2 basica. Ili da pogodi 2 basica pa E, okej. Ali jednom kad baci E, ti si manje više dešovo se van range-a i nema šta da tražiš.
And picking himself up a full Kraken Slayer to Padak, only having a half-bound axe.
Gotta try to steal away camps here again with the push on mid and push on boss. So Linces not even going to attempt it. Just going to try and give that away. And this has kind of become the trend here in the series from Shifters, constantly just trying to keep Linces away from certain aspects of the map. And despite the first kill going bot lane, now they don't want too many more influence on that bottom side.
Yeah, still a big lead for Shifters on the top side of the map. It's really becoming a split down the middle. If you're Vitality, you are very reliant on Karzi and Fleshy not doing something stupid and inting in the lane and then getting to a position.
Pedak se ne provodi jedino. To je jedina stvar. Pedak se baš ne provodi. Da, Pedak se baš ne provodi. Mora da flasha. Mora nije mora barijeru da baci. Mada je bilo previše close, tako da. Mislim, to mi je ono klasično laneovanje sa Bardom. Ti si mrtv. Da. I sad je Trimby rip. Unlucky je, mislim, igraju Barda, Bard puno roma, ali to što Bard roma, osim ako konstantno ne radi dobre stvari, jako češće se završi loše nego dobro.
another kill for Vitality and even out the gold.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect this Kraken Slayer spike for Yunara, especially when she's got a Lulu. The whimsy for the movement speed means she can chase you down to absolute ends of the earth. And unfortunately for Paduk, with the Wukong in tow, it's a kill, it's plates, it's so much more gold going into this bottom side.
Yeah, Fleshy investing in getting his AD carry as far ahead on the one-item spike as possible. Goes for the Ardent Sensor. Makes a lot of sense here. Sometimes you see Mikhail's first.
Shirelli's as well.
Yeah, Shirelli's as well. Mikhail's here is really only for the Cosmic Binding. Like, the rest of the CC is knockups. And Ruthless Predator Stun, I guess. Shirelli's does help you close the gap a little bit, but the hope is with the Wukong and with the Gnar, the gap has been closed for you. So I like the Ardent Sensor. You really utilizing the fact that Kazi is ahead and saying, let's make him spike a little harder.
Yeah, and again, it's the fact that you can just continue then to punish on boss, have Lince's play here, play for these dragons, like, it gives you so much more resources in this game to just enable your bottom lane. And again, you can always go for the Shirelli's next, like, I think Mikhail's probably not going to be...
Mislim, ova partija je definitivno dosta napetija. Samo što su razbili, mislim, bukvalno šta se dogodilo ovdje, znači, shifteri su napravili prednost na topu, Vitality je napravio prednost na botu i sad su se samo shiftali, tako da ovi što su imali lead na botu su otešli top, ovi što su imali... to jest, ne, ovi što su imali lead na botu su otišli na top, a onda je u teoriji Pedak okej. I dok ja to pričam, nakon ga je solo killovo sa 0-2 skorom, što je malo nesće razvoj događaja.
Coming into game 2, this has not been his game at all. 0-2, a 1.6k goal lead. I mean, look at those Ezreal stats.
And Ezreal has a dash, whereas Kai'Sa has a run pretty quickly with a supercharge. But yeah, just a couple of mistakes from him, just as we were saying, what shifters needed was for him to not make mistakes and they just play through the top side. But Paduk overstepping a couple of times. The Kai'Sa obviously relatively short range, so it is always at risk of doing such a thing, especially with your flash having been burnt in the previous play. But because of that vitality, have evened out the gold, and now actually even 500 gold ahead.
And that's why I was saying I was surprised to see the Kai'Sa as the lock-in here. Like, Yunara has so many ways to deal with her in the lane. The pass-through of the auto-attacks does a ton of damage to her every time Kai'Sa's trying to auto-attack or trying to take CS. You've got a lot of chase-down potential, and you don't really have that all-in threat with Bard and Kai'Sa for something like Yunara Lulu. So, I mean, I liked the Xayah that you were talking about.
I mean, they hovered it.
Exactly. Something that has the wave clear and safety, because realistically, that's all that was needed from Paduk this game.
I agree. The thing for shifters is, though, they do still have a big Renekton, and they still have a big Aurora. Yeah. And it is only Kazi, really, who has much on the side of vitality. Like, Humanoid doesn't even have his first...
Sad ćemo što će se ovdje izdogađati. Moguce je bio kod Drakea, Wukong je top. Slušaj, prošli game shifteri su uzeli 2 Drakea jako brzo. Skoro na spawn, onda su tek posle uzeli 3. Malkice kasnije, ali ovaj put mislim da je Sol i Elder dosta daleko. Jer je 14. minut, tek je drugi Drakea, kako se čine stvari, shifteri će ga uzmu. Ako ništa, ubao sam prvi item na Kai'Si, jer kažem legitimno ne znam Kai'Su u solo queue, ne sjećam se kad zadnji put video. To su Ashe Seraphim bili uklonjeni. Sad ne mogu da se sjetim. Priču samo Sivir.
Tower for now has a magical journey to get out, as does Bukada with TP coming in. Now Nako's going to look for the chase. Bukada flashless now, but has a bolt break.
Nako ima kill, yep. On Yuri, a ima shield, ali... I odoše, da. Sad su dunti.
The tower, massive swing for Vitality, and off of shifters over-committing to a play on that bottom side.
It's an interesting one overall because it is a big swing in terms of they picked up a bunch of kills. But with the top tower going down and all the plates going down in the mid tower, the gold stayed relatively even across the course of this exchange. Good cosmic binding from Trimby to land onto Humanoid.
And that's the thing, Humanoid ends up getting caught out, but ends up buying a decent amount of time. Nuke end up taking tower aggro as well, and with this TP from Nako, Vitality able to get down into this position to follow up. And Karzi legging it across from mid lane to make sure that he can sneak in behind the turret to pick off the members of Shifters. So Vitality, like, very happy to start to close some of the gold.
Su overcommitovali samo na boti, bili su punishovani, nema to šta, mislim.
Still 1,000 gold lead for Nuke and about 800, 900 for Rooster, but Bukada is now in arrears to Alinsis. Shifter's going to start up the Rift Herald.
Jer ne znam, mislim da od kad je Junara krenula se igra, Kajsa je samo ispala iz mete. Jer kao za heroja, pogotovo sa boltovima, heroj koji kao klikne dugme u trenutku je mnogo jak, Junara je samo bolja. Nuke je mrtav, verovatno. Ne, nije mrtav, neće ga overchase humanoid. I ga pedak, ja. A, baš izda loša šiter za sad.
Still though, Vitality are on this mid wave. Could end up trying to look for the tower off the back of it because resets are going to be a little bit late from Shifters as they try to make their way back through. Still got Linsis over the side as well. Kong ults is a
Duck able to get here in time. Naku using the Mega Nudge to try and force the wave down, but isn't going to be able to get anything out of it in the end. Shifters weren't gated away from getting back to the mid lane, so they were able just to walk through their jungle and get there. Nuke trying to clear out this wave. Humanoid looking for the kill. Nuke trying to dash away. Cyclone out. Second one from Linsis looking for the knockup. Won't find it. Nuke still dashing in the middle of it all. Humanoid tanking it and will be able to take down the tower. Vitality now with a 2k gold lead.
Nice job from Vitality, but plays that over. Linsis tries to go for the camp like it cost.
Cosmic Binding not hitting. Still the slows from the orders from Trimby. They look for the chase. Kazi trading with
Dali mi damage, okej. Aha! Laki za njega. Probaj da ih izbituje. Džabe.
Linsis wanted to go for the camp and just a little bit greedy, but Shifter is moving across to try and cover for that topside play. And I was about to say it was nice from Vitality, but Humanoid wants more.
Humanoid going in. That's that Shuriken. Vault Breaker out from Bukada as he looks to try and escape using the shield from the passive. Cease and desist in for a little bit more. Then Vault Breakers again. Humanoid hits another Shuriken and finds the kill and then finds Trimby. Dessert, you say? Not gonna be enough.
Ok. Možda su nešto našli, ili 56.000 golda. Mislim, ne bih rekao da je win za Vitality. Iskreno.
Shifters gonna try and move down to interrupt him. It got a little messy in this mid game, but it's still a 2k gold lead for Vitality. They're the ones that are getting more of that gold in their favor.
Yeah, the Chaos has only benefited Vitality, as you say. The lead for Kazi almost cresting over that 3k mark. 1-1v1 versus Paduk as we are looking up towards the top lane. And overall, Shifters, when their game plan has been disrupted, have found it hard to fight back in the same way that Vitality so often do.
Yeah, I think you're now looking to see how Bukada can try and use this Rift Herald. Like, the mid lane tower very close to going down. You got Dragon in 15 seconds. There is a play where maybe you try and trade second Dragon for either maybe a tier 2 tower or a Triadron towards the mid lane tier 2. Vitality not overcommitting to the Dragon area yet, though. Making sure that they're able to match Shifters on this mid wave before they try and do anything.
And Bukada sometimes when he hasn't had much to do is just look towards the top lane and that seems to...
Rooster možda uradi što ovde. Možda sa Vi. Naku ima dobar ult. Okej. Ali mama ima nov trik, lagani drugari. I counterplay. Znači ja se osjećam kao pedak u solo queue ponekad, samo da znate. Znači gameovi koje gubim u solo queue, ja sam pedak. Čovjek je tolike batine, mislim njegova ekipa igra, mislim i dalje igraju fajn, traže nešto s druge strane, ali jako je problematično za njega, lik je 0-4-1.
Shifters find themselves off of that play, but it's because of that overextension. Like Karzi sees his moment, manages to pick off a duck, but it's the follow-up where they try to run back through the towers rather than trying to get through safety. And Trimby keeps the tower safe. The follow-up burns the flash from Karzi, and that means that both Nuke and the Vi know that they can immediately go in here.
Credit as well for Bukada holding the cease and desist from the top lane fight. Would have been very easy to use on Naknako.
But it was also just really nice mechanics from both Rooster and Bukada on the play, because the initial play, Rooster sidesteps the wallop from Naknako. Then afterwards, you end up seeing Bukada sidestep a second wallop and the follow-up as well. So I mean, across the board, it was just kind of outplaying Naknako there as well.
Bit of an overextension from Vitality. They do still have a 1.3k gold lead, but Shifters now have 2 dragons to their name, and the lead is entirely situated on Kazi, guys. The rest of the map is pretty red for Shifters, excluding supports, with the Nuke having a 1,000 gold lead himself, almost at his second item. Kazi is at 3 though, which is always a concern if he's left unscathed in the middle of a fight.
The Rift Herald's still there for Bukata. I imagine this will end up just being tossed down in mid, just to guarantee the turret at this stage. And there's not really an ability to try and look for cross maps. Although, still keeping my eyes on top side is Trimby.
No one else is getting local gold from this, man. It's free gold. I will take it.
11-9-2K i dalje. 2-1 u Drakeovima. Sol je... Može u stvari jako dobar. Kad pogledamo, mislim da Sol odgovara apsolutno svima u ovom gejmu. Da, legitimno ne postoji ni jedan heroj koji ne voli ovaj Sol. Jako je specifičan Cloud, recimo, ne znam, ima određeni heroji koji se očigledno ne kreću na, tipa Galio je jako loš. Jer ti kad klikneš ult, on dobije Mousepad i onda on channeluje ult isto kao i Shen. Mada na Shenu, ajde, na Shen ima specifično, dobiješ malkice Mousepad kad završiš ult, tipa možda tontaš brže, ali tipa Malzahar, ultaš i stojiš u mestu. I ceo Mousepad Cloud Sola ti provedeš stajaći u mestu jer si Malzahar. A recimo Fiddlesticks kad ulta i dobije Nitro, druga priča. Gdje je Solti? Dobro, uboli smo Kai'Sin build, iako mislim da ovaj build samo ono... Ne možeš više ni da vidiš šta builde ljudi kad se heroj samo ne igra, ali ajde.
Thankfully used the Nimbus strike into the decoy, so he did have 2 tools to get himself out, having been given vision of the Krugs by Naknaka.
The reset gonna have to come through for Rooster to match that push from Humanoid. The timing window that Shifters had to play with now starting to disappear, so I'm wondering what Humanoid's gonna try and do. No real TP spots for him to try and get in behind anyone. TPOs are not quite up and available. But it's still like, these are kind of the turns that Shifters are using, is trying to overload one side of the map and hope that they catch Vitality out.
Haven't managed to find as many picks as they would like. It's only 11-9 in terms of kills, and gold lead still nothing too consequential. 1.6k, you know, it's an amount, and if you look at individual matchups, obviously the 80 carry difference is the one that your eye is immediately drawn to.
And Bukata was just trying to limit that again. Kind of missed the Q over the wall, but I think they were looking for the cease and desist onto Karzi. So again, just these constant shifting back and forth across the map from Shifters.
Yeah, it's also timing-wise on that, right? Karzi's flash is up now. It wasn't up when that went in. So you have these very small windows where someone oversteps thinking they're a little bit safer than they are. Naknako here recalling when perhaps shouldn't have been recalling there.
Ko zna, Andrije, ko zna. Ostavit ću ti mail mog računovođe. A možeš njom da reši sve te specifične detalje. Lec ide na sport ili e-sport, tako da je deo posla. Uglavnom, Drake broj 3, Shiftersi, mislim da nisu fajn u stvari, nije niko fajn. Karzi je 6-1, ima 3 itema. 3,5 itema. Što je verovatno previše. Ima Lulu, a ne smije da umre, očigledno ne smije bude šotovan. Ali, mislim da je Karzi samo apsolutno prejak. Mislim da je baš prejak. Ardent i full util od Lulu da preživi dovoljno Sleti Redemption ako ne mogu da ga ubiju, to je to. Njega ne teka niko. Aj, mislim, niko da može da ignoriša Kali, a Kali je 1-4 ili opet je shot AD carry-a. Wukong je 2-1, također dosta jak, tako da nisam baš siguran šta im je ovdje plan. Možda samo da dropaju Drake ako nemaju pristup Junari. Mislim da je to također legitimna opcija. Pogledajte blokadu, gle. On je umro u ultu koga Karzi jak. Kažem, nije implayable.
time and dashes back into the waiting arms of Vitality. Make it 3 from the play for the bees that buzz around. And Vitality will take the Baron off it as well. Paduk.
He has to die. That's the only way.
No.
Oh, he lives this time.
He barriers out and then escapes.
Still though, it's Vitality.
Je, nemaju kako da igraju Karzija. To je fora.
It was a kind of a concoction of unfortunate events there.
Da, ali mislim da je baš teško. Mislim da Aurora mora da nađe flank i da uhvati flashe i Karzija u jednom kombovu. Mislim da je... Samo pogledajte, gledajte Vaj ovdje, gledaj. Vaj ulta 1, 2, 3 basic.
Shifters just don't really have any way to close the distance onto this Vitality lineup.
Honestly, it just feels a bit greedy from Bukata. Like,
yeah.
He was playing towards the Drake, and you kind of have to know Linces is in the pit at that point. It's like, should I be jumping this far forward? Let's just give up the Drake and then play the fight afterwards.
Jako je neigrivo. Jako je neigrivo.
It didn't work out for them because Kazi had so much leeway to just dash away, and it's like, where's the rest of your team? I'm fine 1v1ing you, right? With Fleshy having the wild growth, Kazi held on to both of his summoners. And now building towards a stopwatch, which I quite like. In fact, a Seeker's Arm Guard, as we call it these days. Which I quite like, just for a little bit of extra protection. Also, Yunava's passive actually scales with ability power. So her crits do more damage, more ability power you have, which is quite nice. But I think it's more for the stasis.
Yeah, I think he realizes at this stage that he's in a very strong position. As long as he doesn't die, they win. So I think they're completely fine as Vitality. Have Knock on the side.
TP behind Knock here, who doesn't really have the Mega Nards, trying to flash away. Vault Breaker in for Bukata as they go for the chase. Redemption down as Shifters are the ones forced low with the TP behind them now.
Ma kakvi. Humanoid samo gleda koga će ubiti. Jako lep stan. I 3, još jedan basic ima veliki crit. Splash. Mogu da jure dalje. Triple za Humanoida. Bukata se vratio da umre. GG. Yeah. Apsolutno unplayable. Da. Mislim, nema šta ovdje. Bukvalno je samo neigrivo. Kažem, Karzi se prefido. Unlucky, ali stvarno, mislim, ne znam zašto su Pedaku dali Kaizu. Dali su mu Ade Carrya koji nije... Znači, inače za vas koji niste gledali prvi game, Pedak je iznao sam prvi game. Preneo je prvi game. U drugom gameu su mu dali Kaizu koja nije viable. Lokali su support barda da rogma po mapi i ostavili su ga na botu da igra 1 na 4. Tako da, blago unlucky, ali šta se radi svako, evo ga intervju, idemo na pauzicu, tu smo sa Game Broj 3.
Going up against the boot campers of Korea, did it inspire you guys to maybe do a boot camp of your own in Korea?
I mean, we'll try our best to get there naturally, going to MSI. So.
Oh, okay, respect. I'll let you rejoin your team and you can try to go to Korea in MSI. And we'll be right back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
edgier than he needs to be right now. A magical journey over the wall as Linus switches the chase. Cyclone out. Trimby doesn't have a flash, and there's the kill for Vitality. Great punish.
Well, I live to see the day that Marek Brazda got a quadra kill on Akali, and it's not 2021. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that he got away with it. Kind of, he didn't deserve that quadra. I feel like that he shows up at the very end. Most of that game, he was getting caught or die. We got to be honest, Sharks. Most of this game
it's reverse psychology.
Yeah. You get the quadra, and everyone's like, "Oh, got to ban the Akali," and Humanoid's like, "Whew."
No,
okay.
they're like he's like, I always get caught on a side wave, don't I?
okay.
No, but Vitality fought back tremendously. If last game was all about Paddock, it wasn't about him this time. It was about Carsey.
It was all about Carsey. I love the Yunara Lulu just taking that away really early. I mean, Shifters, they went for the Bard, and you can see how it hurt them a lot this game. Because Bard, while being a great scaling champion, the laning phase is quite weak. And I think it was what we talked about earlier, that you can't really pick a weak laning champion, and then you pair it up with the Kai'Sa as well.
You hated it.
See it here in the replay. Like, if Paddock wants to try to CS when his Bard is up roaming, as Bard wants to do, right? Bard's collecting the chimes, and Paddock tries to walk up with his 500 range Kai'Sa, Paddock just dies. Whenever Paddock was on his own lonesome, right here, he can't play. It's so unplayable for the Kai'Sa.
And to be fair, he said this, Jack did say this when it got drafted. Especially
I mean, like any Kai'Sa player, if you're here, you're watching, you know that when you have a support that looks in Bard, it's like one of the worst pairings you could have.
Yes.
It's unplayable. It's so
what would have been the better pick?
With Jhin, you have to go Jhin, but it's also kind of bad. I think they're
hard.
But okay, Jhin
Did
gets
they
a bit of
draft
an Jhin is kind of like Lucian, that he gets a lot of hate where it shouldn't. Jhin is not that bad. Lucian, Lucian.
The moral of the story is you have to have a plan if you're going to first pick a Bard.
Yeah. That's the thing. They made a mistake by first picking Bard and not being able to back it up.
They wanted to. I guess they were worried about what Vitality would draft, but they themselves banned the Caitlyn, which is normally what Vitality like to pair with the Bard.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit surprised that they put such a high priority on this.
Also, if you think about it a little more, right? Because other teams, when they draft versus Vitality, they have problems because of the top lane situation, right? And they don't know what to get. They actually don't have this problem because Rooster was great in game 1. He was great in game 2 again. So they could have given themselves different options, right? So they probably... Does it ever happen when you were in pro games that you have all your plans and you still like make the incorrect choice? After a few picks, you see, oh no.
I mean, I think the rest of the draft, apart from the bot lane duo, is really good. Because, Renekton eventually gets outscaled by the Gnar, but it allows the Rooster to have at least up until like level 11, where Renekton has a really good time and can force a lot of all-ins, and then nuke on like a playmaker once again. I really like it. It's just, Paddock, for me, is not a player that can play losing lanes. He needs to play aggressive and he needs to play forward, and when he's not able to do that, we see it. He just... I mean,
imagine that Bard is a Nautilus, right?
Oh,
and how different the comp now looks, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah, right? You've got way more setup, you've got potential lockdown.
Yeah.
And so again, I think that they pigeonholed themselves because you could see they spent a lot of time thinking about that second pick as well, the Vi. What do they actually want to commit to in this game plan? And I think they had an idea. It didn't quite come through. And Vitality this time around, they did step up individually. I was surprised to see Naknako actually getting solo kills.
Yeah.
Because it feels like that rare do we often see a bad game from Naknako, but for him to have a bad day is definitely a surprise.
Yes, maybe the ankle is acting up. I don't know how it would be pertaining to playing League of Legends, and he's pointing at the logo, but maybe you shouldn't today, buddy. Can he redeem himself, or is it just a skill match?
I mean, Rooster is just looking really good. Like, this is a matchup we've seen Naknako play many times. We've seen him on the Gnar, and like his late game impact was pretty good this game, but usually always in the laning phase, he's always good. But Rooster is just better today.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also the reason why I believed Shifters would be better this split overall was because we saw the individual potential of the roster in versus, even if they couldn't work well together as a team. Which is why Jack was commenting so much at the start of the day, why are you going to go to Korea to play individually when individually that's not the problem, your synergy is the problem, right? And so the fact that they've still keeping that high level of individuality. The fact that we want to see skill-expressive champions, I think is a nice identity for the team. Kai'Sa, Renekton, Vi, good playmakers, gives the ability for the players to do stuff. They just need that piece to bring it all together.
You're selling me.
And then shifters can compete. But right now, I felt like in this game, they didn't have the tools. They needed to really bring everything together, and they ended up falling short.
You also want to take another look at the dragon fight, I think. Why
Yes,
was that?
because this was the moment that I think that really cemented the game for Vitality. Because Vitality did make a couple of fumbles in this game, but we were talking backstage about how their approach to this fight just felt lackluster.
They just went forward. Like, you can't do this. You need to find a good angle. You have Renekton. He wants to flank. You can't just front to back it up against the Fed Yunara Lulu. Like, your comp is very clear that it needs to find one target, one-shot him, and then you win the fight. If you just run at them like a ball, there's no way Carsey is going to get caught. It's super easy for him to just kite back with the rest of his team. So you need, like, to get the fight going in a good way with the flanks, or you don't fight at all.
But there is another chance for shifters because it is, once again, a Game 3 draft for Vitality. Now, gentlemen, I have a coin.
Okay.
Right.
Is this like good draft or bad draft?
Good draft or bad draft? Basically, you can tell me what is good.
Let's do heads is good, tails is bad.
Heads is good, tails is Seraphine ADC.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Wait, what the? How do you do that?
Okay.
You do it like on the thumb.
Oh yeah, my micro is actually...
You can't just put the coin in your hand and then it's like...
What was it again? Heads is good?
Heads is good.
Yeah?
Yes,
Heads is good.
heads is good.
It's heads!
We're promised a good draft.
Good draft, Pad. Did you hear me? I helped you. What is a good draft for Vitality?
Oh, now that's a difficult question. I think so when we talk a lot about shifters and their approach to the game, I think that Vitality's isn't too different. When you give them individual agency, you rely on the individual talent in this roster and they perform well. But they do have some trends with which I think they fall into. First of all, Naknako doesn't usually play tanks. Also, Linces' role is quite key in that he often plays facilitators. Now, that fits in the meta in the terms of Xin, Pantheon, Jarvan. That's what most junglers play right now, but I also think specifically that's what Linces needs to play, so Pantheon is a really important pick for him. Bot lane, I think it doesn't really matter what you draft for Kazi. I don't think that he especially needs something specific.
No Seraphine.
No Seraphine. Okay, fair enough.
Maybe.
But Humanoid does like to get good
Lucian.
matchups. Humanoid in particular, I think, really wants to get a good matchup, and especially when I think Nuke has, quite frankly, gotten the better of him today, I think that mid matchup is going to be important. But with mid having so much flexibility right now, it's hard to predict what a good mid lane matchup would look like.
And I think Vitality has a pretty good advantage going into Game 3 now, because a lot of the range supports are out. For me, Fleshy is a player that's much more comfortable on stuff like the Alistar, stuff like the Nautilus, in general, these sort of engaged champions. And to be honest, it kind of fits more with Vitality's identity in and of itself, because Linces doesn't really want to play tanks. Naknako doesn't either, so then at least you can have the tank on Fleshy, and then that's going up against Trimby, whose tendency is to be better on those range supports.
Yeah.
So I think as long as the matchups for Vitality are not too hard losing, and they have a good team cohesion, like they don't have like a Braum with a mage ADC, for example, which makes no sense, or, you know, 0 damage like the TF Seraphine, then I really favor Vitality, because I think Shifter's main win con is to have hard stomping lanes.
Right of first selection, we have Vitality on blue side and Shifters second pick.
Oh, okay. So that is going to make it harder for Naknako to get counter, which means that Cassante naturally raises in priority for him. I feel like Pantheon just has to be a first pick. And we were talking about how Ashe Seraphine has not really shown up in the series, so it kind of has to either be banned or picked.
I'm just on Lucian watch.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's going to show up today.
Okay.
I mean, it was interesting how both teams kind of drafted around Ashe Seraphine. In Game 1, they took the Ezreal Karma with the Jarvan, right? So enemy team didn't want to go for the Ashe Seraphine. And then in Game 2, the Bard as well. You don't want to pick that immobile carry. But now that those are out, Vitality recognized the strength of the champion. And also, they don't want Carsey on Seraphine either.
Exactly.
They got shocks in the backhand here.
Yep.
So,
Ryze, Orianna, you still have to get rid of. They want Orianna, Vitality. It's one of Humanoid's all-time best champions. You ban away the Ryze. There's a world where Orianna's already banned, so I guess with Orianna banned, you have to ban the Ryze as a response.
As you guys said.
And I think that that's a good choice. I think taking that pick away from Linces starts to pinch that jungle pool quite a lot, because when I think of junglers in the meta right now, Xin, Jarvan, Panthai are kind of the main four, with Wukong then coming in behind. Nocturne now becomes the champion that rises to priority next. I mean, of course, of course. He is a very effective engage. Bukala, in my mind, I don't know why Sejuani is the one that's immediately coming to me if they want to slow the game down.
For sure, I've seen some Sejuani Bukala. I think Nocturne sucks.
I also agree. I think he's bad. But in terms of pro priority, that's usually what they go for.
I agree with that. I just think he's usually bait because he forces you into a very all-in-one playstyle and it's like a worse Vi, kind of.
I agree.
Evo nas nazad, game broj 3 ove prve serije. Imamo još jednu nakon ove, ali svakako čeka nas poprilično, kao što sam rekao, lagan dan leca, što ima i smisla. Ne znam da li će Varus ovdje biti pikovan, vidjet ćemo. Serafine Banova nešto ne igra. Ali Zaja je dobila giga hyper i ovdje. Čak što više, ja bih rekao da bi lokovo Zaju prva 3 pika da sam shiftersi.
So that's what I'd assume that Padak is going to look you up for.
You're a gin merchant, you are.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty good pick.
It's true.
Kog'Maw Braum could win the matchup, I'm pretty sure, actually.
Kog'Maw Braum, if they go Varus Nico, it's pretty unplayable.
Okay, actually, no, you're completely right. Forgot that Nico exists. Completely forgot that Nico is a champion. Yeah, you're great point. So the fact that they're... I feel like the reason why they went red was to give a good top matchup for...
This could be flex, though.
Oh, you're right. Yes. I feel like this split, it's only Relech that's actually...
Ovo je Grif ako ne lokaju Zaju. Pogotovo ako Pop bude lokovana.
Wasn't that Aatrox?
Nobody checked that.
I definitely do think that someone else has played Ambessa jungle.
Okay, well...
Ambessu ostaviš kao flex, Niko ti je support, lokaš Zaju. Mi čuvaš za kasnije.
Yeah, you should just do Nautilus or Rel, something like that.
They do listen, guys.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we got heads, right? So it's gotta be a good draft.
Varus, Nautilus, and now you probably just do jungle. Aatrox is the usual...
Zaya Braum?
But does Aatrox even make sense?
Mislim, gle.
I think Aatrox is not bad because you have...
Trash Aphelios je jako viable ovdje za... Da li može Ash build igram u Vayne? Pa Uroše vidi, imaš dvije opcije. Možda ideš na Kraken, Phantom Dancer, Infinity build. Možda odeš na Hexoptics Infinity build odmah. Znači vidiš šta ćeš od ta dva, ali... Ja sam lično veliki enjoyer Hexoptics Infinity jer bukvalno samo stompa. Imaš dosta high base AD, ali imaš dosta manje attack speeda. Možda bi bilo i Hexoptics PD Infinity Edge, na primjer, ako ti je to opcija, mislim. Nema tu nužno, mnogo ti je više u tom matchupu kako igraš nego šta buildaš. I treba bi da igraš relativno agresivno u lane-u. On jednom kad baci Q napred, ti ga manje više olinaš, jer on nema više kako da se bije. A ne može ni da ti beži jer si Ash. Sve dok imaš approach velocity, uvek ćeš jedan danovati.
The worst part about Mel is the Q, by the way. It's not the W. Like, the Q is just undodgeable. It's just like, I don't even want to get started.
But they nerfed it. It's slower now.
It's slower, but it's now it does double the damage. It's like, it's slower.
Yikes. Hey, but this is kind of nice from shifters, that possible flex, because
Man, I think
they're
it's
looking
mid
over
lane,
their shoulder.
especially because we saw, I think the plan for shifters was to pick ADC on 3, but we saw Nuke talking quite animately, which made me think that he really wanted to pick Mel here, and with 2 mid bans,
Imajte na umu da Mel možda bude flex. Mel could be flex.
Maybe the Victor or something, or the Hui.
I think they should think about. You should think about even Silas.
Zoe?
No, I'm actually.
Zoe, I mean, Humanoid used to play Zoe a lot.
Humanoid, Asol. Mislim da čak Mel ne može da vrati ništa od Asola, zar ne? No, kivanovali su Asola. A dobro, vrate, slušaju mi streamu, on je fora, iskreno.
What do I get if it's Zoe?
You get hit in the face with your own paddle star.
Okay, great. Sick.
But it's even more annoying
Actually true.
With the sleep. The sleep is even more annoying if that comes back to you. So I think Zoe's...
It's like insane matchup.
The thing is, so Akali is one of the best, just because there's very little that you can reflect that you get huge value from. But Akali's already been played, which means that Victor is a possibility.
Tell me why the Hui is a bad idea.
It wouldn't be. Hui, I think, is
Hui's
another
okay.
good one. The things that you would reflect are things like the fear and like the funniest one is when he tries to wave clear the lane and then it just bounces back and that Mel gets all this wave clear for free. But it is obnoxious. That Yone, I think, is quite good, but you don't necessarily, if you don't have an AP top option, and so this is what we're talking about, the potential flash.
To je fajn, da. Mislim, Mel, ali dobro, s tim da ako igraš Mel Victor, onda znaš da je Mel dole, pedak čoveče. Ja sam baš unlucky, iskreno, baš unlucky.
Because now the matchup becomes really difficult because you've got double range matchup into Varus, Nautilus too. Are you going poke Varus here?
You have to go poke Varus here. You're not going to be able to auto attack once this game, I think.
That makes sense.
You're going to go TP on the Varus, you're going to go poke, and you're going to get like maybe prior level 1. The thing is, usually the counterplay against Mage's bot is that they're very weak level 1, right? Because they only have spells and their auto attacks don't do damage.
Ooh, into triple AP, I see the angle,
That's a lot of
They now need good damage top lane though, because they don't really have any AP damage threat, and I don't know what you could bring top that would... Gwen, maybe?
I mean,
but
Gwen
then
is what I'm thinking about.
Are you blinding Gwen into this? Don't you just get outranged?
I mean, the thing is, Gwen, this game is not too bad because the carries are very immobile. So even though you're outranged, as long as you use the W well.
Oh my. Okay. Just do true damage instead. Okay.
Ovo je... Iskreno, ako ništa, jako fun draft. U stvari, baš zabavan draft.
And I mean, this is good. I mean, giving counterpick to Rooster after the series he's been having against you, Camilla is really, really weak laner. Has a lot of tough matchups.
I think you're much happier with the Zehen.
Well, we can still flex it.
Yeah, do they then just put the Zehen jungle, put the Ambessa top?
Mogu da flexiju mid. AD i jungle top. Evo ćemo skoknuti 9 na 20 sekundi pa se vraćam, čupalim kameru, chillamo. Tamo se čekao da im draft, tako da brzo sam brzo.
I mean, Camille Galio is a time and tested true strategy, but I really like what Shifters have cooked.
I do like what Shifters have cooked. It will ultimately be decided by whether or not Nanako and Humanoid can make the combo work.
I love it from Shifters though. Like they're making me think, they're looking behind their shoulder. What are you gonna flex on us next? I love it too. Fantastic drafts for hopefully an explosive game. Casters?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, what is going on here? I was just like, okay, I need to remember Mel's ability names. It's like, oh, okay, now I need to remember Zahen's ability names. Camille, it's been a while, so I've got 7 LoL wikis open in front of me, Dagda. This is a cooked draft.
Just for you specifically, but I mean, even for the people at home, this is a bit of a wild one, because I liked the Galio pivots coming through from Humanoid, because it's like, oh, cool, like, you've got AP bot, AP mid, like even the support doing some AP damage. It's a good Galio angle. Works really well with the Camille. So like, I like kind of what Vitality have cooked towards the later half of the draft. Shifters, it's so much range. Like this is a weird one. Like
it's so odd because you have
it's weird. It's range with dive.
Yeah,
like,
Zahen and Ambessa want to go in, and Victor and Mel want to stand back, and then Trimby wants to go in. So maybe it's the if we control enough zones, long range damage dealers will do long range damage, I guess. I also had a look. Paduk is a few ranged, a few AP champions played. He's played 5 games of Ziggs, has 1 of Victor, 1 of Seraphine. Did win on the Victor and the Seraphine game, but we haven't seen him bring Mel out before. Noah, the only person that's brought Mel bot lane into the LEC so far. And we'll see if Paduk can live up to his Korean compatriot.
I mean, should definitely have a nice L time. Like, I think Mel's range, kind of disgusting. Like, obviously you have Karzi who's gone for the lethality Varus, and in time should be able to match a lot of the push that Paduk has, but in the early stages you can see like you just outrange so well, and you have a significantly easier time with your mana thanks to the Doran's ring.
Yeah, you also have a range support, which helps that a lot, right? Like the fact that Trimby can just step up, use the shape splitter on Flesh's hooks. This is the risk.
Evo nas nazad.
Karzi with the piercing arrow as well will put some damage back into Paduk and Trimby, but Fleshy takes a couple of auto attacks on his way out. Paduk will be looking for that rebuttal, long cooldown.
Da vidimo šta se događa. Vitality. Definitivno, ja bih rekao, mislim, nemam pojma. Oni su bolje prošli.
No longer gives you true invulnerability from the damage that comes in. Instead, you get a shield, and if you are reflecting physical damage, it gets decreased a little bit before it turns into magic damage.
70%.
Yeah.
But it is a little funky, because if Nautilus hooks you and you rebuttal it, you kind of just hook yourself into
Hukaš sebe u Nautilusa, da.
a little careful as Paducah
Sjeća kad je
because it's not always ideal.
Amumu baci bandage na Mel i onda Mel se dešava Amuma.
Very nice into a chain of corruption. So we'll see if Paduk is able to
you're
use
really
that.
hoping that like he's turned down the volume and he doesn't hear Barış just yelling to give him the cue to just immediately press rebuttal.
I mean, just turn it up, you know? You have to use every tool in your toolkit. We'll say for a while we talked about Chain of Corruption, Varus' ultimate that is, as the most missed skill shot in the league. And I think Paduk kind of wants it to hit relatively regularly in this game so he can reflect it, but then also you kind of hoping your enemy team is good. Truly, if we see that, man, this game is truly next level. So far throughout this series we have seen shifters being...
Ok, ajmo da pričamo malo o matchupima, I guess. Camille za Hena topu pojma nemam. O, lep hook. Igrao sam za Hena nekoliko puta na topu, svaki put kad sam ga ja lično pikao na topu bilo je u tanka, zašto znam da za Hen možda što hoće tankovima. Oba jungleri imaju carry potencijal, što je giga fun. Na midu Viktor će imati free scale, ne ubija Galija, jer je Galio tank, ali opet vidjet ćemo šta će kasnije moći da radi. I onda na botu Letality Varus je bukvalno AD mage, tako da ne pričamo kao sad kao shiftersi, jer obično što ja volim da kažem je kada jedna ekipa nema AD carry, a druga ekipa ima AD carry, a ta ekipa što ima AD carry uvek dobija u late game-u. Skoro, ne želim da kažem nemoguće, ali jako je teško da dva mage-a out carry-u mage i AD carry-a. Zbog tipa damage-a, načina kako se aplicira itd. Ali Varus, on je bukvalno samo mage koji radi physical damage, tako da što se scale-a tiče, obe ekipe su tu negde kasnije.
Kazi has the TP and also has already got back and picked himself up a tier, so that's going to start stacking up. Not a huge power spike for the Varus, obviously you are just investing in the late game while accepting that you don't have as much early on.
Yeah, I mean, all you're really trying to do is find ways to match the push that's coming through from Duck. The tier is going to do that, the early lethality going to do that, and at least the auto attacks as well means that over time you will slowly start to win out because your auto attacks just deal more damage, whereas Paduk constantly has to invest mana, which means you end up trading essentially Paduk's mana for the auto attack damage that Karzi has. Still though, with the TPs, that's really not going to be a factor. Like, you still should be fine over the course of the game to kind of just match push on both sides. It'll be more so a case of, again, as we start to shift over towards like dragons, which are just about to spawn, how do you then start to play around that? Because I do think a lot of it for shifters, as you alluded to, is kind of zone control, but also sort of flanks. It's a weird position.
Even though it hits 6, Picard is on his way across, leaving his Gromp for the moment because he knows that he wants to take that after the 5-minute 30 mark to get the upgrade on his jungle pet. Rooster has got the push onto Naknaku, and Rooster's laning very solid so far. I can't remember who it was. We had someone on the desk in LEC Versus, and they talked about Rooster as one of the best laning top laners in the league, and it wasn't something he really gets to display too often because he's on shifters, and they really struggle to have too much impact. But we've definitely seen it so far in this series, like battling toe-to-toe with Naknaku consistently.
Yeah, and I do think the matchup as well is good for him here. Zehen, like, will get stronger as the game goes on, but certainly in the early stages, a lot of that is kind of Naknako looking for quick trades, but Zehen very good at extending those trades. But with the W and the E to try and follow up, and then also having a knock-up to try and elongate those trades.
Mele je također dosta interesantna. Vidit ćemo šta će buildati, ja verujem neki klasičan AP build. Ajmo da vidimo malo kako radi ovaj matchup. Rooster nema ult. Još jedan basic, ima rez, samo mora basicuje. Sad ima rez. I sad, aj što ima rez nego što je prejak. To je problem. Dolazi Galio, dobro. Mogu je da padne ovdje pa da se reza. Samo što je sad pitanje da li Bukada ovdje bije. Ne bi rekao iskreno da bije ovo, ne? Mislim ga samo prodaje. Zamalo Rooster dobije kill, ali... Šta mislim ko dobija? A mislim da je Vitality bolji. Mislim, ja sam rekao na početku ove serije da verujem da će biti 2-0 za Vitality. Međutim, prvi game je Pedak toliko stompovao botlane da Vitality samo nije mogao da uradi ništa. Tako da... Ja sam verovao će biti 2-0 za Vitality. Međutim, eto. Shiftersi stompovali bot. i samo preko toga preskelovali i to je to.
Fleshy onto Nuke, blocks the aftershock. Nuke able to survive through the damage of Humanoid and Fleshy. No surprises there. It's a Spectre's Cowl on Humanoid, and Fleshy has a World Atlas and a Ruby Crystal. It's not the highest damage output combination that you could find on the Rift at the moment for Vitality, but they'll be happy enough forcing Nuke out of lane.
Yeah, I do think for Vitality, it's more about covering Humanoid, making sure that he can get the push, get the reset timers to match. That's all you really want as Galio. You can leave Karzi alone on this bottom side, he can continue to just push these waves, and if you can focus on Naknako, he's going to be your main source of DPS. Like, this Galio-Camille combo is obnoxious for any of these long-range mages, so it's just focus down one of them with the Fed Camille, and it's kind of GG for Shifters.
Just dive onto the backline. Naknako's first time playing this Camille in the LEC. Lince's on the Aatrox is undefeated in spring so far here in Europe, 6-0. It has gone in this Tier 1 competition. May have been defeated in ERLs. I realized in Europe is quite a catch-all statement, so I need to clarify exactly where I meant in Europe. Specifically in the Berlin studio here, the Riot Games Arena, or so it is known. Some people call it the LEC studio, which it is, but that's a subsect of it being the Riot Games Arena.
Riot Games Arena, možda mu bounce-uje. Q koji ne radi damage, može mu bounce ulti koji radi mnogo više damage-a.
This is both the LEC arena and the Riot Games arena.
Yeah, and all arrows are both from Paduk and Karzi deal damage, but some of them are very different levels of damage, because I just saw Paduk reflect that with the rebuttal, and I think it tickled Karzi, to be honest.
The physical damage reduction on rebuttal now.
It does really suck.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there in the world who's like, no, that's good. Keep it like that.
Physical damage scaling i treba da bude loš. Ne može Mel da radi, da vam vraća i physical i magical damage na istom nivou, to je samo, nema nikakvog smisla. To znači da bi u late game-u Caitlyn, namjerno ušao u Caitlyn trap, Caitlyn te basica i ti upališ W shotaš i od 100 do 0, mislim, to nema smisla. Ok, da Mel counteruje mage'eve, ali da Mel counteruje sve je samo pointless. Tako da Malfoy dobije još jednu pasivnu koja kaže koliko imaš armora, toliko imaš MR-a. Da ostane isti heroj, da scala mu damage i od armora i od MR-a i da dobije i MR čisto reda radi. Ok, on je counter za physical damage, nije counter za sve. Mel isto treba da bude counter za mage'eve, to je fine. I to za specifične projectile based mage'eve. Ali ne bi trebala ti countera svakog heroja u igrici.
Voidgrub's on the top side. Yeah, it's still pretty good.
I think Picardo realized that he smoked the second one. We didn't want to stay around for any fight.
Smiters?
I'm going to go with smoke. I like it more. Feels almost biblical.
I feel smitten.
Oh, well. With whom is the question. League of Legends is the answer.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, smitten with League. After 10 years, it still finds ways to surprise me. There's Naknako, maybe looking to surprise Rooster here, goes in with the Hexagon Mason, and they have here as entrance, and there's a Venn diagram that you do not want to see if you're Shifters. Wild Ender coming in from Linces as well, so make sure they clean up the kill. 3 ultimates used, but a death for Vitality.
There's the combo right there. Rooster, even with the Grim Deliverance, couldn't oh, Bukata just wide. Nice attempt on the ultimate, but no public execution today. But either way, like, again, this is what you want to do as Vitality, just play it through top side. A little unfortunate that Naknako hasn't got some of the kills, but it's still at least opening up that lead in the top end.
Yeah, it is. And Naknako, you know, he's 200, 300 gold ahead. Linces is massively ahead as well. We've seen so many times how impactful an Aatrox can be if they do manage to get a lead.
But Rooster is 3 CS ahead. So
oh, well, yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over, guys. I just want to say, we said Naknako being 3 CS ahead was the end of the game, and Vitality did win that game. So, one of those things, I guess. Results-based analysis, you know, that's where we sit. As Nuke tries to chip away at Humanoid. For Shifters, you're really wondering, like, how do we get back into this situation? Well, you do have team fight pressure. You have, like, Grim Deliverance, you have public execution and team fights alongside a good pop blossom out from Trimby can absolutely burst anyone on Vitality. Like, anyone apart from Humanoid is basically dying to that if they're CC chained well. So if Vitality do overstep around the next straight in 2.5 minutes, Shifters have a way back in.
And you can see the Shifters can through this mid and bot. Like,
ovo je stvari fair point što je rekao Caster. Realno da Shifters imaju baš dobar chain CC da nekog shotaju od 100 do 0. Mimo Gali, ali Gali čim uzme malo armora i on će biti jako težak za ubiti, tako da nisam siguran kako će igrati oko njega. Zašto je Vitality 4-1 protivnička ekipa 0-1? Zato što ne igra svaka ekipa jednak broj gameova na nedeljnom nivou. Riot je jako je čudan raspored kako su napravili. Prva 4 vikenda, subota se igra 3 best of 3, nedelja i ponedjeljak po 2 best of 3. Naprimer, G2 uopšte nije igrao prve nedelje i na kraju prve nedelje imali su skor 0-0. Dok recimo neke ekipe su igrale 3 gejma prve nedelje kao što je Vitality, koji je imao 2-1. Tako da, pošto ne može svaka ekipa da odigra jednak broj gejmova svake nedelje, svakog vikenda, onda ćemo imati ovakve situacije gdje jedna ekipa Shiftersi su te krenuli, a Vitality je već na 6. gejmu. Svako na kraju, kada se sve sabere i oduzme, oni će igrati isti broj gejmova, naravno, samo ne u istom vremenskom roku. Prelepo. Ovo je bilo jako, jako clean. Noka basic od Zahjana da mu cancela. Jako lepo. Tried to flash, didn't end up buffering it, and then even when he did, the knockup still came through from Rooster, but again, nice play from Shifters.
It was the Rooster flash, not the Vicarda flash to get that Q3 knockup, or Q2 knockup, I guess, in the sense of Rooster, as we see Vitality stealing away the blue buff. Trimby realizing, something not very good is happening around here. They're going to use the TP to get Paddock straight underneath the tower. Trimby's trying to step forward. Nuke coming around the corner as well, as Vitality might look for the fight here. Fleshy begins to back away, but Linsa still has that World Ender, and there's not many ultimates available for Shifters. Only the Arcane Storm and the Golden Eclipse out of Paddock. We'll be able to chip away at Fleshy still. Across the wall with that Radiant Volley. Can be difficult to dodge, a bit easier than it used to be, obviously, but still, if it's put right underneath your feet, you need to be quick on that finger to make sure you are dodging away from it. Drake started by Vitality. There's the hook, but up pulls himself back in. Soulless Net there as well. Depth Charge coming out. Chain of Corruption has to be flashed away from. I guess the problem is if you're going to get hit by the hook, you're going to get hit by the hook. You might as well use the rebuttal, because at least then you CC Fleshy for a second. Humanoid moving down from the mid lane as Nuke's going to try and chase him out. Ricardo trying to get in there. Smite goes over to Linsas. Vitality, though, not in the best of shapes to fight. Paddock forced away by Kazi. They begin to collapse onto Humanoid. Good taunt from him into the root, though. Flash into the hook as Ricardo's caught out. There's a pop loss and Kazi flashes it, but Paddock gets the kill. Ricardo needs to get away from Humanoid as Humanoid tries to bring him down.
Koliko su, ovi fajtovi su stvari giga insane, samo što treba gledati ih podeljeno na 6 različitih dijelova. Jer kad god imate ovakve skrmišere, ovo bude turbo fun. Možda? Tap taunt, rip. Ode.
This fight, though, I didn't think it was going to go this way for Vitality. They'd already used so many ultimates on that bottom side play. I thought it would be enough, but for Shifters, but here Paddock ends up moving back around. The poke is decent. They turn on towards Humanoid, and it's this ult from Trimby that I thought it sealed the deal. Carzy going to get away. Paddock gets a ton of damage, but this fight ends up very split, and there's just not enough damage to kill Linsas, basically.
Yeah, Paddock gets one auto attack, and he missed Radiant Volley in. Yeah. And so he just doesn't have the damage.
The best.
Well, that ruins every...
Was that the Gillette ad he was trying to say?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it ruins any shaving sponsors we may have had. Like Movember, they're happy because then we won't shave them up in the end, but... Didn't that used to be an Expecke thing?
Gillette?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Expecke had a Gillette thing for a while.
Did he? I don't know.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong. It was clean shaven was Expecke in the good old days. Oh, you know, people were talking about Linsas and his stare into the camera, you know, when he got that double. Snoopet. He reminded me...
Ne, Snoopet to radio, to je istina, da. Dobro se setili Snoopea.
Those piercing eyes of the EG jungler all the way back in the day. Vitality able to get the Rift Herald as Linsas leading the charge for them in this game. 3-0 to 1,000 gold ahead on this undefeated Aatrox hit. And for Shifters, you're really wondering how you get back in this game, because it is a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is again, you're going to see that lack of damage, which I was honestly kind of surprised at. I thought they would have enough, but if Linsis is already off to this kind of start, Sundered Sky Knight completely...
Slažem, bravo majstor, Mislim, znaš šta je problem? To ne mogu da rade. Ne mogu da rade jer su best of 3 mečevi. Kad je bilo best of 1, onda je bilo mnogo lakše. Jer kao, imaš paran broj ekipa, podeliš partije svako protiv svakog na kraju dana, na kraju nedelje svi imaju jednak broj gemova, jel? To je okej. Ali šta je ovde problem? Mislim, problem rasporeda, što nije nužno loše, ko mene pitate. Samo nešto se dogodi ovde. Dogodi se da Varus ne igra igricu. I Bokada je mrtav. Šta je situacija? Nije problem, zašto ja mislim da to nije problem. Flashi? Pa nema veze. G2 je igrao first stand. I sad, first stand se završio u nedelju. Neku nedelju. A LEC je krenuo u sljedeću subotu. Znači 6 dana nakon first standa. First stand je bio u Brazilu. I sad realno gledano za ekipu G2-a, koja je u nedelju igrala finale first standa, nedelju veče, računajte da su ostali do ponedeljka, ono razumete, prespavali su šta god. Iz Brazila treba se vratiti u Evropu, a ono, ko zna kad su krenuli, ponedeljak, utorak su krenuli, su došli u sredu, dok ih malo prošao jet lag, dok naš, ono, sve su oni, mislim, ne bi bilo fair prema njima, da moraju, mislim, fair prema njima, odnosno na ostale ekipe koje nisu radile ništa, kao, predstavljaš Evropu na first standu i sad imaš 2 dana pauze iz Brazila u Evropu, moraš da igraš LoL. Znaš. Što je meni, mislim, meni je fajno u smislu kao, ima puno competitive LoL-a. Kao, to je okej. Konstantno se nešto igra i onda ne mogu svi da stanu da da igraju konstantno, jer imaš pauzitu imaš dodge share, ali kažem, ovo ne radi toliko damage. Samo je problem ako ti bounce ulti. Ono Bokada. Sad je Bokada mrtav. Ima flash, ali nema flash. Mislim, ima flash, ali je mrtav.
And as I bet to say for shifters, like, you are a long way away from trying to get any sort of safety tools on towards either Nuke or Paduk. And you're not going to be looking at Azanias for a long time, so this opens up Vitality to make plays like this, which forces Nuke, at least won't have to TP out, but will reset in this bottom lane.
Yeah, it means he doesn't get those last 4 minions on the wave, which is always a little bit of a pain. Humanoid's going to go down there and catch that. Also, the plates on the tower won't be taken. Vitality will get their third Drake entirely uncontested.
3 zmaja za 19. Mislim, ovo se čini kao sweep za Vitality, ali vidjet ćemo šta će se izdogađati. Jako čist kill. Jako čist kill. Mislim, ubili su ga ispod kule sa tim da su minimum primili šta od kule, što damage-a tiče. Ok, flash je chill, bro. Ovo kill za kill je fine. Uzgoju si nota. I sad dolazi Atrox i radi Atrox stvari. I Rooster ne može da se rezujemo. Da, ovo je za Vitality samo win, iskreno, ljudi. Nema ovdje šta mogu da rade. Išao sam flash preko zida i flames. A mislim, respekt za Bokadu pokušava, ali... Da. Sad je... Ja sam mislio baciti ulti čim sta flasha preko zida. I ovdje se nadajući Vitality da ostane, bar da pokupe neki kill i flash. Je malkice napravio grešku ovdje. Samo mora flasha. Jako lepo igre. Kažem da nisu samo toliko stompovali bili na botu prvi game, bili bi fine flash i koji baci dredge na cooldown. Brat mi fozon, nijem Q. Dobijam Q. I kao Nautilus, u skoro svakom dijelu partije ti se isplati da se tradaš za bilo kog protivnika koji nije support. Čak nekad bi rekao da ti se isplati da se supporta tradaš.
To get back into the game with, and the problem as well for shifters is, yeah, if you kill Nako, Linsus, and Humanoid who are standing on your face, you still got to kill Kazi. He's still pretty far ahead.
Yeah, but again, like as someone who doesn't play competitive but just gets to watch, this Camille Galio is like one of my favorite compositions to watch. Like it is such a smooth combo and it works so well, and you're getting to see that here for Vitality. And
I opet pedak nekako ne može da uradi dovoljno, što mi je mnogo krivo, jer stvarno mislim da je jako dobar pedak, ali prvi game je pregazio na Ezrealu i 2 game je sad polo useless. Mislim, 2-2 je, ne igra on loše, ali... A koliko sam L možda radiš, stojiš pozadi, bacaš magije, nadaš se najboljem. Nije baš optimalno. I mi isto, i mi isto. Rooster je prošli game igrao dobro, solo killova je naka, nije loše igrao Rooster prošli game. Samo su shiftersi generalno kao ekipa, mimo što kažem, Pedak i Trimby su sami dobili prošli, legitimno su sami dobili prošli. Ne mogu opisati ko nije gledao prvi game koliko su Pedak i Trimby sami dobili. Znači, ubili su Karzija i Flashija. Toliko su ih dobili da ostatak mape nije bio bitan.
But without the Seeker's arm guards, there's very little that Paduk and Nuke can do to survive. And you can see that you're trying to work up towards these pen items, at least on Nuke. But I really think the stop-off for some of the safety was going to be needed if you hope to fight this fight.
Well, they have no safety, and there's a lot of threats on Vitality.
Mislim, ovaj deo partije da shiftersi pokušaju da kontestiju Drake-a i izgube teamfight i izgube game, ali tako? To je otprilike na što ću ovo da liči.
Take down these tier 2s. Humanoid waiting around the corner to see if Nako goes in. Rooster not overstepping, not being too greedy himself. Still 1,000 gold in the hole, but it's the smallest deficit amongst the gold earners of the team, excluding supports, that is. Fleshy only 550 ahead of himself. As the mid lane tower, ooh.
Yeah, Fleshy should be putting in more work.
Really those are rookie numbers. Abyssal Mask only at this point in the game, come on. What did that tower survive? That must have been I'm going to say double digits.
Da, Forti fight family. Sad će Flashy da baci Dredge, istina, na prvu metu. Nazdravlje. Evo ga, probao je. Nako uleće. Na Trimbija. Moraju samo da se dogovore koga biju. Nuke je jako low, Karzi ima dosta damage-a. Mele je vratila mnogo više damage-a nazad, oni su malo failali. Vitality je Malkice je failovao. Jer su odlučili da engageuju na sve, što je jako loše. Znači, poenta kako su izintovali, jao. Bro, Nako uleti. Humanoid ulta preko Naka. Linka su upali krila i ovako leti do protivnika i ubije ga. Vitality ovo odigrao kao... legit Platinum Clash Team su radili ovaj fight. Jako loše od Vitalitya, iskreno. A, vidi Galio Camille, rasetili ste se. Samo kad više nije bitno, ali nema veze, to je u redu. Majko, kakav fight. Dogodi se.
The Dragon was there for shifters, but Vitality looking to crack the base instead. It is absolute dire straits for shifters in this one. It's like they nearly got away with it. Vitality couldn't get the combo they were looking for, but shifters fall afterwards.
That's the problem for shifters. You are so far behind. Right? It was a big play getting the dragon was vital, important. Maybe there's an argument, just sack someone. Just give up Bukada for that and then go, because we're still 10k in the hole. We're still...
Si mi dalje free win za Vitality, samo su sebi blago iskomplikovali partiju. Ali flashio se baš ono, ide mu se na ručak posle... Posle ove serije.
He's going to act as a bodyguard more than anything. He puts one ward on this side and then we'll guard the other side to see if Bukada steps forward as he walks over a control ward. Rooster and Product trying to clear out the wave in the mid lane. But Vitality have already started up the Baron, and I think with Bukada doing the Crux, maybe Shifters have realized they can't really contest right now. Might be a little bit over-eager to go for it, so instead they're going to try and defend their tier 2 for a couple of moments before that goes down. Rooster looking to see perhaps if Naknako oversteps. A 2-level lead now for Naknako on that Camille.
Vide Viktora dole, pa su fuzonu možemo radimo što hoćemo, što je fair. Basic 1 spušta kulu na 1 plate, ova kula pada, oni moraju se povuku. I sad bi trebali da prešeruju jako s ovim waveom, jer neko mora defa midi, dalje su 4 na 5. 5 na 4. Da, već wave se kreša, Humanoid stoji da baronuje minjene na midu, jako pametno igraju ovo. Sad će Humanoid da blade na midu dalje, jer on ima range ulta. 5-0-5 Galio stoji na midu, Nuk ne može da shota wave. Topovi polako rade posao, Camille ovdje baci basic Q, reset kula mrtva. I ovo je treći inhib. Sad malo je unlucky što baš nemaju šta da uzmu nakon ovoga. Ok, flashi. Tako da mogu da probaju da endaju game, mogu da se vrate pa da igraju na Sol. Sol im ne olakšava nešto preterano end party, ali ko ajde jači si, mislim, Mountain Sol je definitivna stvar.
Super minions aren't quite here yet, though, so Shifter's still going to be able to clear it out. A minute 30, they have to stick with this onslaught, though, which coincides pretty nicely with when this next Mountain Dragon is up and available. For the moment, though, Vitality going to back away, going to spend the gold, and look to fight another day.
Yeah, Shifters might get to 3 items apiece off this super minion clearage. Let's see if that gold actually changes much for them. Product almost has a Zonya's. Nuke is an Oblivion Orb and a needlessly large rod. He's probably quite far away from getting towards his 3rd item. It might change things. If Vitality overextend like they did on the mid lane play, there is a possibility. If Bukada and Rooster get on the back line, there's ways to kill off Kazi. It's really difficult, man. It's really tough.
The one I'm looking for is, because like Naknako hasn't reset. He's enough for GA, and that's the one that I'm actually waiting for. There he goes for the reset. We'll imagine just TP back in towards his top side with the Guardian Angel completed. And then, there we go. It becomes much more difficult. He loves this combo.
Pa misli da traže end. Za Seekers čovjek. Možda uleti da ulta backlane, sačeka Gali ulti pod zonjim i da nastavi se bije. Jer samo rikne bole ga ovo. Pa se reza. Gali ulti. Ma da, pada za hen, pada pre reza, ma ne mogu da igraju. Ok, kraj prve serije, ljudi moji. Vitality uradio svoj posao, Heretics i KC, ako se ne varam, je sljedeća serija. Proverit ću do duše, još jednom, svaki slučaj. Da nisam failovao, da, Heretics i KC. Tako da što se sljedeće serije tiče, ja očekujem jako veliki stomp ekipe KC-a, ali bilo kako bilo, ostavit ćemo intervju, puštamo to, čulujemo malo i nakon toga se vraćamo sa serijom broj 2 za danas.
They're the ones to beat in this regular season at least.
Yeah, and look, obviously nothing's locked because we still have a lot of our season left to play, but it feels very likely that we'll be seeing Vitality in our playoffs. And honestly, with the performance that they've had, it's well deserved. And what started as a story of these guys being kind of the dark horse maybe of the split, now feels inevitable that we see them towards that upper side of the table.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to be in the top 4. I think you have to expect that. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break down that series and lead us into our second series of the day.
Thank you, but I'm looking at what they're doing on the cams. Okay, but Karzi and Pad are joining us. Let's see if Naknako also has a post for us. Yay, thumbs up. We love that. Okay. Hello again. Congratulations.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hi.
Thank you.
Was it a tough one or not?
It's just draft div every game.
Well, I think Vedi wanted to ask you something about
Yeah,
that.
so we've obviously been talking a lot about Game 3 drafts.
Yep.
Last week, that was a big topic of conversation. So I have to ask Kazi first. This weekend, how would you rate the Game 3 drafts of yesterday and today?
I mean, good. It was always free win, you know.
Good,
We're
always
into
free
the
win?
game knowing it's a free win.
Nice. Okay, that's a lot of confidence. So what changed, Pad? What happened?
We made game 1 shit.
I see. So then you can just fix it for later. That's
Okay, I
clever.
love it.
That's brilliant.
I did think, were you annoyed that the Mel ended up going in your lane? Or, like, what was the communication like there?
I mean, I was a bit worried, but I think he played it quite bad. So after the first few skill shots, I knew it's free.
Okay, nice. Did you make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, we knew we had an inkling it was
Yeah.
going bot. We had some scrims against him where they played it, so we had seen it before, and yeah, he didn't hit any Qs. Like he had Scorch. We checked. I think 8 minutes into the game, he had 27 damage on Scorch. So was a bit rough.
Okay, fair enough.
Was a bit rough.
Paint a picture for me. How bad is that?
It's bad.
Okay, it's like real
it's
bad.
really bad.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Karzi, this was your 200th victory in the LEC. Congratulations!
Thank you. Nice.
So how do you look back on your 200 victories?
And there is probably like almost 200 losses as well, you know.
Yeah.
So
Is there a favorite one?
Sorry?
Was it a favorite win?
Favorite?
Yeah, one of those victories, was it the favorite? Maybe when you won the title, it's probably right.
I mean, probably winning 2021.
Mhm.
The entirety of 2021 is just my favorite year.
Yes.
And then everything after that was like...
Wow. I actually was going to ask you about that explicitly because 2021 was amazing and there have been so many ups then for you and for the team, right? And I feel like I've been watching you trying to get back to that level or with a team that could do it until now. Have you found it?
I mean, it feels very similar to that year, in a sense. I think the overall skill level of the league has risen quite a lot from that year. So, I mean, it's just a bit harder, but feels really the same because, like, personality-wise and gameplay-wise, vibes, everything.
So, Pat, I had a question for you now, because your regular season is looking good. You guys have already played 6 games. Playoffs isn't locked, but it's highly likely, assuming you guys can, depending on how things out, your odds are looking pretty good. How do you maintain this? Because I have been a staunch Vitality hater for years now, because you guys have built up some hope, and then the playoffs rolls around, and then we don't even see you contesting the top 4. So how do you keep that level going?
I mean, I think the best of 3s has been really useful for us. Like, we've gotten so many games under our belt already, and for me, developing as a drafter this year is, like, honestly, one of the most important things, because my players just execute. Like, we have so many games that go so many 50, and I just know that Kazi is going to click better, Nug is going to click better, like, they're all just going to click better. So the way we keep it going is that we don't go full ham on scrims now that we have like a bit of a lighter schedule. We make sure that we spend some time, do some team building, some proper 2021 Mad Lion stuff, and then we develop our set pieces further. Like we don't stagnate here.
Oh, I keep, you know, a Turkish top laner then also. Yeah, well now, is he better?
Yeah, he's way better. I love Armut, but Nug is different.
I think that Armut's is still a little bit better, you know?
I mean, after today?
Yeah.
Every day.
That's funny. Nice shout out. The Kia player of the series is Linsas.
I think
nice.
It's very well deserved. I'm super impressed. He was a player that you guys really believed in quite early on, and he's developed really well.
Yeah.
Why are you surprised?
Well, because
that
honestly,
came out so
I
weird.
thought that he stagnated for a period of time. I felt like that there wasn't really much growth from him as a player, but you guys were really invested and committed to believing that he could grow, and I feel like we are really seeing that growth now.
Yeah, I think for us it was really important that he stepped up in the important games and the hard games, and that he clicked forward and not backwards. Like, he's very much a by-the-book kind of guy, so developing his book in an aggressive way that allows him to see more opportunities rather than being so risk-averse I think that has really he's really shining here.
He's surrounded by aggressors, so I feel like that environment has to help.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I hope it all pays off for you guys. I think we all love to see Vitality play. It's been such a breath of fresh air. Another 2-0 week. Congratulations, guys. And we'll take a quick break, but when we come back, it's KC, finally, versus Team Heretics. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, kiss really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time out to take this interview hit on. At the start of the year, you said that you weren't really a big fan of Korean players and you didn't want a fast turnover. What changed for you?
Yeah, so just to clarify on that, it's not that I'm against Korean players, it's that I'm against when you cannot build a culture. And what that means is if there's no English at all, then it's pretty much impossible. and then you're just relying on their individual skill to make something happen rather than building an atmosphere, building a culture. So it's not that I'm against that. It's more you pick what you can with what you are trying to build, and what that means is for us, Way was the best option. But I'm sure we'll get into that later.
So what is it that you're trying to build? Like, what is success for you with this roster?
Yeah. So obviously coming into a new organization, there wasn't much. There was not much of a foundation or much of a guidance. So that gave me the chance to build what I believe is a successful project long term. But by sacrificing long term, or by aiming long term, you're sacrificing a little bit short term.
Yeah.
A successful split or successful year for me is to have a finalized roster coming into next year, coming into summer, so that we actually have something to build for. Yeah.
So it's more about next year, looking ahead, rather than this year for you?
It's not that it's necessarily not looking at this year. It's more looking into summer, having the finalized roster.
Okay,
the one that we want to build for, because obviously summer is what really matters. It's where you get the chance to play for Worlds, right? And then having that roster going into the next year, and then really building.
Yeah, makes sense. And what do you feel like Way brought to the table that Sten wasn't? Like, what is Way improving to this team, really?
Yeah, maybe as a bit of a comparison to the two, like Sten is an amazing, wonderful person. But we did not believe that we had what we needed from the bot lane in order to draft, basically. And with Way, he still brings what we need from him when it's in terms of the culture, in terms of the personality. But we also wanted someone more flexible in draft, someone we could rely on for different picks. And we did not see that option with Stent, whereas with Way we do see that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming match, and we'll see if it works out.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll see indeed. We'll see if it does pay off in the draft, but they're up versus KC. Finally, we get to see KC again. I've been waiting, and again, for the people who are unaware, they're playing 2 road trips in which they're playing every single day. Thus, it's a bit backloaded, I want to say. But that makes that we can't see a lot of Carmine Core, which is sad, because why are we excited to see him?
I mean, they were the top 2 team,
They
right? With
almost
G2,
won.
they took them to game 5. It was so incredibly close. And I think there's so many individuals on this lineup that are just so exciting to watch. Like, Busio and Versus, man. Like, this bot lane in general, it's just... I can't believe that we haven't seen them at all, because we talk about how Vitality's like, oh, maybe they're the best team. But we haven't seen the best team. KC.
Vitality just played the most games.
The thing about KC that stood out to me last split was I felt I knew what I was going to get. I felt like there was a degree of consistency from this roster that was spectacular. So rarely in Europe do we have a team that's able to deliver in every single game, but I do feel like that is exactly what we're getting from this team, and that's why I think their first game was a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
Because it was a little touch and go. Like, so much of the comments when in their matchup against Vitality was that game 3 draft was so difficult for Vitality to play, and had it been different, could the game be different? But of course, it's the very first game of the split, and expectations still sky high for this KC roster.
I mean, for sure, the game against Vitality was pretty shaky from KC, but there was the consistent force in the bot lane. Kalista and Busio were gapping Carsey every single game in that series, and it was really Narknako that was putting Kana kind in the dirt with the help of Linces that made it quite playable for Vitality. But I'm really looking at Kalista and Busio, because I think this is, for me, it should be the best bot lane in Europe, and I have such high expectations for them that I was kind of disappointed in LEC versus, even when they were so good, because I feel like they can be up here. They can compete with the best bot lanes in the world.
I love that. Such a clear focus going into this game, and I feel like we're left with a lot of question marks, right? Because we haven't seen KC a lot, and we're going to have to wait a bit to see them. Hopefully, or maybe if we get to talk to them later, we can ask them how they feel about that. For me, also, Yahoo, right? He really impressed me in the big arenas.
Absolutely.
He really impressed me in the big games when I thought maybe this isn't going to be a net win for KC. So there's just a lot to be excited about.
I mean, coming into this matchup, KC are the heavy favorites, and expectations are a strong 2-0 performance. And if they're at the level that we saw from them last split, that should be what they deliver today.
Question isn't, are they going to win? It is, how hard are they going to win? It's time for KC versus Team Heretics. I hope that wasn't a jinx.
Hey, we said the same thing about Shifters versus Vitality. It's like, how hard are Vitality going to win? And then Shifters win game 1. Yes, Vitality won the series, but Aethia has been... she's had very impressive jinxes in the past.
I don't know any.
You can't think of any? Okay, well, maybe there weren't any. You know? We all wiped away 2020 from our collective memories.
On to 2020.
Look, man, that whole period, 2019 to 23, didn't exist generally, okay? But yeah, we are here for KC versus Heretics, as the analyst desk so rightly pointed out. Should be pretty one-sided, at least that's the expectation coming in. KC having only played 1 series so far this split, but have a lot over the next few weeks with the road shows coming up. We'll see how well they can do in this second matchup for them of spring. As Heretics have had a few more matches so far, sitting at 1 and 4, bottom of the table. And really, it sucks to say in week 3, but it's do or die. If you
really
pulled a 1 and 5, you're kind of almost out of the running already. Sometimes teams get through at 4 and 5, but it is going to be very difficult for them to grasp their way back.
It's also because of the teams they have to play. Like the KC today, next week is Enkoi, and then their final week in week 6 is Fnatic and sure Shifters. But you can't just be sitting at 2-3 wins. You really got to start ramping up.
Yep.
So it means you have to take down some of the big boys, and it starts here with KC today, and that is an uphill battle. I mean, I think the strongest or the most consistent player we've seen on Heretics has been Trayson in that top side.
Agreed.
He's kind of been the one that we look to. But you are going up against Kana, who is an incredibly strong top laner, and Trayson did struggle against Naknako. And now it's just a case of can he kind of figure out that game plan against Khan in the top lane?
We'll have to see, and whether KC have built around him a little bit as well, saying, hey, we just don't want Trayson getting a lead at all. Even when Trayson gets a lead, it's hard for him to translate it into a team lead as well. Heretics have been struggling generally. We see KC on the red side, they're going to have first pick. So I assume they picked to have first pick, and Trayson Heretics, in fact, decided to play on blue side. That's kind of how it goes. Most of the time we see teams selecting first pick. They'll get rid of the Nautilus. Oh, Heretics chose second pick, and KC chose red side, so it's entirely wrong. Usually it shows it on our order queue, but this time it hadn't scrolled to that position. And so I was kind of just
guessing. You're blaming production for you
saying
the wrong thing.
I'm wrong. I was entirely wrong, 100%, but it hadn't scrolled, like, what can I do? I can just read out what's in front of me. Right now it says, medic, stop reading this out. You're giving away the game to all of the people at home. And as you can actually just
for the love of God, please.
Please stop. It just says casters XXX, which is, yeah, well, That's why people need to go on the TikTok stream. It's the special moments. Anyway, we're into draft. KC going to get rid of Nautilus, Varus, and Rumble. And it is the trifecta of mid lane bans. Why always you 3? Azir, Ryze, and Orianna taken away by Heretics with the Ashe as first pick for KC.
Yeah, personally, I like the Ezreal Karma as a response to this Ashe Seraphine. It works incredibly well, especially with Karma left open. I feel like it would be your best port of call. The other option is also to take away the Zinzao and the Ezreal.
I evo nas, ljudi moji, serija broj 2.
I think for KC, one of Yike's best performing champions in my mind is the Zinzao. So I think taking that away would be
Da vidimo šta će se izdogađati.
And do we get that Karma or Ezreal pick?
I think Ezreal would make a lot of sense. You kind of know you're going into the Seraphine. You could also go for the Bard. We saw this work well. Ice had a real struggle of getting away from the Bard and Ambassador and everything, just jumping on him. So the Tempered Fate onto a low mobility carry can do a lot of work. KC aren't locked into the Seraphine as well. If they decide they want something that can have a little bit more CC, that can be a little bit tankier in front of this Ashe, they could look towards a different pick. But Ashe Seraphine is just it's a very good combination. It works really well, and then team it up with this.
I Ashe Seraphine ostane otvorena. Pa dobro, to je legitimno. Vaj bi trebala da bude ok, problem s Vaj je što nakon što Vaj ulta, Seraphine ulta preko Vaj. I onda svako ko follow-upa Vaj samo umre.
Or you've still got the Kraken Slayer build, which is the more traditional build path that over the course of being able to stand there and auto attack would do a lot more damage. But I don't know against the Vi how much time you're going to have to stand there and auto attack, so we'll see how that one goes. But there's the Zinzao, nothing too weird back here. Wonderful. And what is AD carry do you want to try and pair? Actually, not going to be the case. Just going to go straight for the Ambessa instead. So trying to lock in a strong top lane for Trayson.
It's Heretics saying, hey, What was difficult for Ice the other day when he played this Ashe? A Bard, an Ambessa, and a Vi could work really well here. So yes, just looking for something to really isolate that Ashe with the Tempered Fate and then the dive in following it. Now you can ban out top laners that are good into the Ambessa, give Tracing an easier matchup. Renegade is going to be the first one that Heretics decide needs to sit on the bench for the remainder of this game.
I imagine the Gnar will be the other one as well. Both just out of respect to Kana and also respect to the matchup as well. Still though, Kana does have options, like we've seen things like the Jax start to come through, can try and go for a bit more a tanky build, but also he's been very prevalent on the Aurora top as well, so that it may also be a bit of a worry point for Heretics if they want to ban that away.
We'll see if they decide to do so. Caitlyn, the first ban from KC, something that teams up well with the Bard in applying a little bit of pressure because you have a bit more range than the Ashe Seraphine, and you also have the ability to 90 caliber net out of some of the CC. That can be a bit of a struggle for you. Jace instead of the Gnar is the pick for Heretics. They don't want Kana getting his hands on that. And no real surprises. His Jace is deadly at the worst of times and very deadly at the best. So unsurprising that Heretics don't want to see Kana piloting that. Where are KC going to go with their final ban? Could be another AD. They could also pinch out the mid pool a little bit if they know that they want Yehu on a specific pick. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just another AD carry, something like the Ezreal, and there we go. Ezreal banned out by KC.
Ambessa, Ezreal, dobro, ok, Galio, oni ga full senduju na Ashe. Kalis gledaju fazone, ja ovu igricu neću igrati, najverovatnije, što je fajn. Mislim, legitimno neće igrati. Tako je, casteri znaju. Respekt za castere.
Flash game if I've ever seen one. How much safety can I get myself? I wonder if KC are just going to go for dive threats. Like, the idea that you could do is, well, they're going to just dive onto my AD carry. Let's just dive their backline as well. Like, at the moment, they have a very big front line, but apart from the Ambessa, not a huge amount of damage on the majority of their front line. So if KC picks something like the Ahri that can dash onto the back, and then another strong pick that does a lot of damage to the enemy AD carry. A lot of tools at their disposal just to jump in. We'll see where Kana decides to go. No, makes sense. It gives you a little bit of peel. Is safe in a solo matchup as well, but into the Ambessa should be fine.
I think you also just get so much value with the jump in, extending the Seraphine ultimate, all yada yada yada. Like,
Isto mogu desi, pospos.
It's a ball of death. KC essentially just jump onto people and have that follow through. Whereas for Heretics, okay, opting in towards the Ziggs. So going for a bit more of that poke, hoping to match that push that can come through in the bottom lane. But also what I like for the Ziggs here is he can follow up on the setup.
Ziggs, da. Poenta Ziggsa je samo da ulta nakon Vi Ambessa komboa. Znači njima je poenta da bukvalno Kali samo ne igra igricu.
It makes it a little bit more difficult to find value with the Zinzao, the Gnar, these kind of things where they can actually get access to the Ziggs.
We can say Ice is synonymous with Ziggs. I very much think of him as an AD carry player rather than a bot laner. He's played it twice, once in spring last year and once in season finals back in 24. Did win against G2 actually on BDS when he was there in spring last year, but I really think of him much more as a quintessential bot laner, like the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, carry players. We'll see how much he can do. As you say, does give good follow-up for the dive coming out from Heretics, and they've very much gone down the dive route, whereas KC a more rounded composition, I would say. They can team fight. They also have some side lane threat in the form of the Gnar later on in the game. Should be able to deal with that Ambessa pretty well. It is Kana on the Gnar, which is his second most played across the course of his career.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like synonymous, Gnar and Kana just in my head are intertwined. They are he's so good in this champion. But we'll have to see what the plan is going to be as we get ourselves into game number 1 of Heretics versus KC.
Sad ćemo da imamo, da li Ashe može da igra igricu.
Very kindly broke down for us. Sheo is going to go up towards this top lane to get a ward in that middle bush. Or perhaps just spot if Kana oversteps. No, just the ward. You do like doing this as a melee into a range because it gives you a little bit more safety dashing in and out of those bushes, and it means that Kana can't just stand in the middle bush, step out, auto attack you, and then go back. The minions will still aggro onto him. Kana getting a ward towards the blue buff here will spot out Sheo's
Evo, palimo i kamericu, se malo gledamo, družimo.
It looks like only Sheo will be spotted. No vision in towards the KC jungle means that Yike's path is unknown for now.
If KC gets Ashe Seraphine, that's pretty much game 1.
on paper, we're still looking at KC.
About that.
Right? But we haven't seen a huge amount of them coming in towards spring. And also, at the end of Versus, they lost to Heretics. So, I mean, for Heretics, maybe they're hoping that they can keep that streak alive. But for KC...
KC je izgubio. Dobro, znamo šta se dogodilo, neću pričam. U stvari hoću pričam. KC je izgubio da bi Stones ne bi išao u playoff. Tako da lagana priča. Easy life. Ovaj matchup mi je fan da gledam jer puno igra Mari i onda mi je cool da vidim da li Kehu recimo radi nešto drugačije od onoga što ja radim u Mili heroje. Čak recimo ja uzem charm nekad na levelu 2 čisto da mogu da pilam sam za sebe ako se recimo dešuje u mene, ali ako imaš friku onda uzmeš kojima ga malo bocneš. Seren je uzeo taunt na levelu 2 da dobije passive match damage shield. Ne soka puno damage, ali soka dovoljno. Sad Jajk samo treba da covera mid. Pošto zna da je Sheo... Sad pogledajte što je poenta. Sheo je clearovao left side, na gornju stranu. A Jajk zna da može da mu uđe dole u džunglu. Unlucky. Ali da, mislim, toliko prio ima na midu zbog Yahoo-a da... Jajk zna da može da mu kontesta red i onda nakon reda može se vratiti u svoju džunglu. Onda Sheo nema red i Sheo ne može da radi ništa, mora da rikola ovde. I sad Jajk može da ode, uzme buff, uzme blue, uzme svoj bot jungle i onda uzme krabu. Jedino što Sheo može da radi je da rašuje top krabu i izgubio je red buff. Ali mislim to se događa kad igraš mili mid lanera protiv Ari. Ma koliko je Galio counter za magic damage dealere. Prvih nekoliko levela Ari će s basicima te ubije. Kasnije ne baš toliko, ali u early sigurno.
Should be Yikes pretty easily, assuming he goes from his comp towards it. He's avoiding it for now. He's gonna skip his blue, go wolves, and then come back to blue and bot side.
So there is a tech that you can do against the Vi, because Vi is very strong when she hits that level 6. If you delay the take on the second scuttle, that spawn is then significantly later, which means that then you can't get the level 6 in time for the dragon. So some junglers will sometimes try and delay it. Now Yike gonna move over to try and take it, but I don't think this is really it. I think he's just happy to kind of clear his camps and come out. But sometimes it can be valuable to delay that scuttle spawn.
That makes sense. Also did get level 4. He's delaying his blue buff, interestingly. He's not going to take that yet. Wait for the next rotation to go.
Iskreno ne znam zašto ne uzima blue, ali dobro. To je fine.
Double red. Oh yeah, Zinchao doesn't struggle with mana. No one really struggles with mana in the jungle anymore. We're not back in season 2 where it was a resource to be managed. Instead, you can kind of just spam out your spells as much as you want and still be pretty good in terms of mana. KC with a 500 gold lead, mostly through just laning advantages. Yike getting that extra camp kind of has a couple of CS advantage. Yahoo as well, about 10 CS up, but the wave is crashing into 7, so he should be able to make up some of that deficit.
Yeah, I think this will become a little bit easier as time goes on. Tracy's great trade here, though.
Kanos je bio u mid range sa Ambesom. Što samo zna limit Ambesa, yes, ali opet je dobio baš ozbiljne batine. A Tracy ima dva... Mislim ima dva pota i Doran Shield, dva kukija, ali svakako kad je low killa će se dosta. Ne znam, čudno. Nemke takođe desi. Znači Tracy da ga dajvo, ga dajvo, ima flash. Mada mislim da je fine, dođe, uzme plate i proxy killa wave ovaj. Ok, neće, hoće samo da ga uhvati da slow pusha ka njemu, to je pametno. Svako će Kana baciti TP i crash će wave bilo kako bilo. Kehu vodi 12 kripova, Sheo... Ne znam što radi Sheo. Lagano, Nemki treba, uživaj. Samo uživaj. Viš kad smo kod uživanja. IBL kreće za 3 dana, ja ne znam rostere.
Dodges the house with a big minion wave there. Tracing can't really go much further, and his minion wave is a long way away, so he's not going to be able to hold this one easily.
But I think that's where Sheo's going to go then, because this wave is in an awkward spot, so if you can hold that now...
Tu, možda i možemo da nađemo nešto.
So, hopping over the wall, bypassing vision, I think Sheo going to look maybe to see if he can get in top side, but there's no camps up here.
The Krugs are up. No, never mind, just a control ward. to make sure that he can spot if Yike does come across. Yike is starting up the Drake before hitting that level 6 from the Scuttle Crab. Kana, no ultimate but does have the flash. Sheo still only level 5. Needs Kana to step forward. This last minion would be the window for it. Kana going in. Bolt Breaker goes wide from Sheo as Kana wisely just steps to the side of it. Trades back onto Sheo. Has the Meganar building as well.
Ovo je finalni del, ovo je finalni. Sad, nakon juče je bio zadnji dan sa 3 best of 3-a. I sad je Da, nema mi bio info nikakav, nažalost. Ali, da, znači juče je bio zadnji dan sa 3 best of 3-a. I sad će sve biti po 2 best of 3-a dok ne dođemo do best of 5. A sad ću provjeriti kad je to. To je spring season. Ćemo da imamo. Imamo još, znači, ova nedelja i još 1, 2, 3, još 4 vikenda će biti po 3 dana. I onda posle kreće playoff. I mislim tu nemam još schedule, ali to će dodati naknadno. Tako da, znači još danas sutra i onda još 4 nedelje, znači još mjesec dana manje više. Još 4 nedelje. Best of 3-evi. Tako da ima dosta. Mada mislim s tim što je jako interesantno, kažem, meni bit će nedelja da recimo, ne znam, Heretici neće igrati. Jer ako pogledaš gore, Heretici su 1-4, a KC je 1-0. Znači kao Heretici su odigli 5 puta više partija od KC-a. A onda će biti nedelja da recimo Heretici igraju 0 gameova, ne znam, G2 pošto nisu igrali prvu nedelju i KC, oni će igrati više gameova. Tako da nije ono svake nedelje da igraju sve ekipe, evo ga, jadan Kalist. Mislim, ovaj će preživjeti jer nema, je Malkice izgrifovo, mada ima Q, dobro, flash. Žao mi je Kalista unapred, iskreno, za ovaj game. Cijel draft Heretika je napravljen da Kalist ne može da klikne dugme. Znači, brata moguće da bulijaju, baš neće biti prijatno za gledanje ako ste AD carry ili ako gotivite Kalista. Jako lep kombo serija. Kad kreće IBL? IBL kreće u sredu. U 6 sati. Tako da to je za da, šta, za 2 dana, 3 dana, 3 dana. Da, 15. Da, sad je nedelja. Znači, pa je kutrak sreda. Kreće u sredu i imamo Super Week u sredu. Što je dosta cool. I mislim će to biti, ako se ne varam, 2 best of 3 dnevno. Ja znači mu ništa, ni barijera, bukvalno ništa. Danas samo ovaj. Pa ti kažem, od sad uvek će biti po 2. S tim da smo prvi best of 3 traju 3 sata. Skoro. Dosta se odužio jer su shiftersi nekako uspjeli stompaju game broj 1, nije bilo ni blizu, onda se Vitality polako vraćao. I onda kažem, od danas do kraja best of 3-eva sve je po 2 dnevno. Ovo je drugi. Kažem, ovdje očekujem da će KC, mislim, trebalo mi da dobiju po svemu što znamo o LoLu, KC bi trebao da bude mnogo bolji ovdje. Ja i dalje mislim da po samom rosteru KC ima najbolji roster u LEC-u. Iako mislim da će biti mnogo teško Kalistu da igra. Ja ne vidim kako Ash igra ovu partiju. Jer, znači, pogledajte samo komp Heretika. Znači, Vaj baci Q flash ulti, Ambessa ult, Gali ult, Ziggs ult, sve ide preko toga. Znači, bukvalno, ne znam. Film do 10-ke, pa mislim da. Klara, što kažeš, film do 10-ke, a? Može, što da ne, mislim tu smo, pa mislim da neće... Mada u stvari sad je 8, trebamo da ručamo, zavisi koliko traje. Pa dobro, zavisi. Jer sad je 8 sati, ako ovo traje 3 sata, onda... Mislim, zavisi koliko traje ova serija. Jer prva je trajala skoro 3 sata, tako da ako ova traje 3 sata, onda tek oko 11 kreće film. Ako se ova završi serija brže, onda možda možemo da ga klačemo, da ga upalimo do 10. Nama je manje više svejedno, samo dok smo tu, u smislu kao da ja ne radim, napravimo ručak pa ručamo da gledamo film i to je chill. Tako da ako navijamo da Casey stompa brzo, to je otprilike ideja. Jako lep ult. Da li je dovoljno do duše? Jaki je dalje živ. Čovjek ne umire. Baš sam te spominjao danas, Derilko, komentarisao sam. Stvari nije. Pričali smo Klarija nešto o jabukama. Klara rekla da se jabuke koje kući jemo su loše i ja rekao, realno fali one jabuke što je Derilko danilo. Tako da smo baš nešto spominjali danas. Noro, Casey je, Trnovo je sve ovdje. Ne znam da su smeli da dobiju ovaj skirmish ovoliko, ali ajde. Jer mislim da ovaj kombo bi trebao da landa na Ash pa da šotaju, a ne da... Njihov kombo je baš specifično direktan, kao sve bacimo na Ash. I onda se nadaš da nakon toga bez Ash ne mogu te dobiju u fajtu. Dobro, vi. Okej. Kana je emotivno povređen od ove situacije. Moram da stanem da ne znam šta se ovdje događalo. Šeo je kuovo Indoneziju i onda je bacio, kuo Indoneziju i onda je bacio ulti na Kalista. Ali on nije imao full follow-up ovdje. To je problem, jer su dopustili da Casey engage-uje na njih. A to baš nije optimalno. To je fora. Kako Casey odigra samo 1 na Heretics 5? Zašto ne igraju svake nedelje istu količinu gameova ekipe? Recimo G2 i Casey nisu igrali prve nedelje uopšte. Druge nedelje Casey igrao samo 1 meč, ove nedelje misli će igrati 3. Mislim Casey igra svaki dan sad. Tako da nije ravnopravno koliko gameova ekipe igra po nedelji. Znači svaki vikend drugačiji broj gameova. Što se moje dvačka nisu smrzle? Au. Ništa da jednako držimo. Što kažeš fingers crossed? Fige. Fige? Kako se to kaže na našem? Sve mi stao mozak. Ja sam rekao fige. A su fige, ali tako? Nisam fjelo. Ok, ali to ovog splita je bilo ranije. Znaš šta je fora? Drugačiji je format skoro svakog splita. I onda malo čudno to ispadne. Recimo, prošli split versus imao si 10 ekipa. Jer su igrali Casey Blue i Los Atones. Sad nemaš Casey Blue i Los Atones, sad imaš 8 ekipa, od toga 6 idu u playoff. I onda imaš manji broj ekipa, ali ovdje je sad format best of 3-evi. I onda zbog čudnog broja ekipa ne može ni svako od igra... Znaš, ono, svaki put i menja se broj ekipa i menja se format. Budu i best of 1, budu i best of 3 i onda... Bude... Da, palčeve, držim palčeve. Iako nisu palčevi, što je malo čudno, zar ne? Kao držiš ovo, ne držiš ovo. Da, zato, pa da, zašto nisu... Što znači, meni je u glavi kao držim ti palčeve, ali ne držiš palčeve. Ali držiš palčeve. Da, to ti kažem, zato je čudno. Mislim, ja sam čuo i držim palčeve i držim fige. Čuo sam i jedno i drugo. Ali sam onda malo sam se zbunio jer sam bio u fazonu... Ajoj, heretici. Vrati me. Busio napravi deadcap i nosi. Ne, a fora je što heretici imaju... Što znači, heretici imaju konkretan plan, samo ne znaju kako da ga... kako da ga izvedu. Kao, jako je očigledno, znači, ono što heretici žele da rade je jako, jako jednostavno. Ali moraju da kliknu na istu metu, što kao zvuči kao smiješno, kao WTF, pa svi će kliknuti da, ali neće. I onda... Sad je samo ult u Galiotonte. Ash koja ne bi trebala igra igricu, nije tu. I ti dajvuješ, dolazi busio i onda umireš od kule. I ovdje se nadao Kehu neće imati charm, Kehu baci charm, cancela multi i to je to. A Kalisto u fazonu, ja nisam očekivao će ovako da bude. Treba je da bude 1-5 do sad. Svaki vaj ulti još treba da je mrtva. Jer mislim da oni nemaju pila za Ash. Mislim, treba im tam kench fazon. Jer nema ništa što drži Ash u životu ovdje. Kako Ash preživljava Ambesu, Vaj, Galio, Ziggs kombo? Ne znam, legitimno ne znam. Koliki da bilda tema, ma čoveče, ne. A Heretics su malo pogubljeni, iskreno. Mislim, ja bih čak rekao da je ovo overkill za Ash, kao da mogu da ubiju i bez Ambese, recimo, ili šta god, ali... Ne, ja da sam busio ovdje, braćo, Medjay ko kuća. 4-0-2, look at me, I'm the carry now. Arrow, solidan. Solidan Arrow.
In football, if you kick the ball between in rugby, if you kick the ball
it's to
between
try and
the
make them feel
uprights,
better.
yeah, you get 3 points. I guess, yeah, we're giving, good job. You aimed it in the middle of them.
Yeah,
that's okay. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah,
that's solid.
That was the way I always
I've said it for years now.
Yeah, I was just like, you know what, you missed, but no, you got it between the uprights. You know, that's
shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars.
Yes,
without oxygen.
Yeah. And also, I'm pretty sure the stars are beyond the moon, but...
Yeah, but you're like, eventually you'll be there. Right? The vacuum of space...
Kaster 2 se zbunio, ali nema veze, to je okej. To je u redu, to je chill. Sheo će dobije malo batine. Šalim se dobit će puno batine, zašto je Gnar heroj. I on je mrtav. Ok, nije mrtav, beži Sheo. Ok, mrtav, šalim se. Oink. Nemo istekla pasivna, preživeo bi. Ajoj. Ne, ali ovo je baš mismatch, iskreno. Mislim, ovako sam, ja ovako očekujem da će Case igrati protiv svakog u lecu. Jer ja neironično mislim da je ekipa Casey-a samo daleko najbolja u lecu. Što se igrača tiče. E sad, to što oni malo čokaju pa grifaju, to je već druga priča, ali... Čim glasanje filma, šta se sad, zašto se glasa? Dobro, sad imamo legit movie enjoyere koji će da gledaju, ne? Banger. Bengur. Opet boje. Ovo je u stvari okej. Brate, nije li predict charm i izvuče ga nazad u Aero, je bolno. A baš je ono... Ja bi se smorio da mi se to dogodi, bi fazon okej, braću, ja vam vidim kad ste se toliko iznojili. Sad kad gledam ovom Ambesu, dobijem PTSD od one Ambese juče. Se pitam da li Google zna. Can Ezreal be cancelled?
Unfortunately, no longer Yahoo Bond as he's gone to 0-1-7 instead of 0-0. Unfortunate for him. He's got the rocket belt though, which is this trend that we're seeing on every mid laner. Because Ari doesn't have enough dashes in and off her kit. That is true. You need another one. Just to reposition, you know, as Heretics look to try and catch one of Casey out.
Da, evo, čak ni ChatGPT ne zna da, to jest Google ne zna da se cancela. A kakvi? Ne, ovo je samo doom game. 10.000 gold ide u 20 minuta. Heretici došli u fazonu s ono, ljudi, dosta za ovu sezonu. Ne znam, malo je laki, mislim, Heretici su stvarno ekipa koja ide kao koliko ja hajpujem KC, mislim stvarno da su baš dobri i da baš imaju dobre igrače. A isto tako mislim da je Heretic toliko random tim, znate. Heretici su verovatno jedna od ekipa koja mi se iskreno najmanje sviđa u LEC-u. Jer nekako fali mi identitet. Znaš, kao, ne znam, jako mi je teško, mislim, ja koji kao, ajde, gledam svaki Let's Game, očigledno, jako mi je teško da se emotivno povežem uz Heretike. Znaš, niti imaju neku priču, niti su aktivni na mrežama, niti su aktivni na Twitteru, niti... Znaš, ono, jako malo razloga postoji da ja budem uzbuđen za Heretike. Znaš, za Casey je drugačija priča, za G2 je drugačija priča, čak i za SK je drugačija priča, ajde malo subjektivnije zbog Jope, ali... Koji naviju da Busio uzima killove, ja ne mogu, vrati.
Supports was removed. This moment right here, Busio's doing it for all of us.
Start farming, man. You might as well. You might as well. Go mid, farm up the waves. Sheo is going to steal away some wolves because he knows there's not really much he can do in the base. Kano is pushing through mid as well and has a Yike by his side. Busio, where are you going? Where are you going?
I have never been so locked in on a Seraphine in my entire life.
Ok, ero malo off, ali nema veze.
How do you try and defend this as Heretics? Shale? Oh, a secret agent Shale.
Okay.
Čovjek flankuje preko magistrale. Dođeš se, Nexus ti ubio. Sad sve na Ash, ajmo, realizujte plan, ajmo. Bap. I'm besan imalo ulta, unlucky, unplayable. Ja mislim dole da jeste, ja mislim da legit, brate. Ja mislim da Casey sljedeći game stompa u 20 minuta. Nije ni blizu, mislim, nema, bolji su, mnogo su bolji. Ovo je samo bilo, ovo je bilo blago bezobrazno gaženje, bilo kako bilo. Mislim da je 10 minuta pauzica, taman ću ja FK, ako se ne varam, nisam prešao dovoljno koraka da mogu traku da spustim. Trebalo bi to bude slučaj, jesam. 400 koraka ću preći tokom dana, tako da ide pauzica, ja skidam traku, tu smo za finalni game dana, a ovdje vidimo Vedija koji želi da intervjuiše nekoga, a vidjet ćemo i ko je to.
That game was very one-sided, and I want to use it as an educational opportunity to break down some of the really cool stuff that Casey did to absolutely stomp Heretics. For start, I want to talk about the draft. The key thing that I want you to walk away with when thinking about this draft is that Casey have drafted themselves a lot of pushing lanes. They have push in bot, they've got push in mid, and they've got push in top. Why does all of this matter? Well, let's have a look and let's go through some of the replays and stuff that happened in this game. I'm joined by my observer friend who's going to be breaking down a bunch of the stuff. So if we could just pause real quick, right? What you'll notice on the mini-map here, right, is push absolutely everywhere. Push in the top lane, push in the mid lane, push in the bot lane, push. Yike loves to utilize this push in order to contest the enemy objectives. So the very first thing that they do in this game is they already look to try and steal away the red buff. So if we can roll out this clip, and you're going to see the first thing they'll do is take away this objective. It's going to be a difficult one to challenge, and in solo queue you'll experience this sometimes where if you don't have pushing lanes, there's not much that you can do to really challenge, okay? So, easy objective secured, small advantage gained for KC. This is the start of many to come. We're going to jump straight ahead over to 6-10 in the game, because that's when the first dragon is set up, and you'll notice here, again, if we pause real quick, look at the state of the map. Push in the bot side, push in the mid once again. KC are just dominating in the early game push and priority, making this dragon uncontestable. So let's roll out the clip. Now what makes this even better is you've got a Vi sitting in the top lane looking for a gank, and now Yike knows, oh well, there's nothing that he can do. Without any prio in the bot lane, it's a very difficult objective to contest, on top of the fact that these top camps are also available for the Vi, meaning that it's unlikely that he's going to be here. Let's now jump to 8-10, because when you get into this situation as Heretics, you're running out of options. It's getting very limited. So if we pause real quick, thank you so much. You'll notice now, okay, push, 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 push. This is becoming the theme now for KC. So Sheo has to force something. Let's roll out the clip, and they force a gank in the bottom lane. Kalist is isolated. They have to find some sort of play. They commit the ult, they commit the combo. Busio with fantastic peel, which ends up being kind of the story of the game for him, ends up meaning, okay, so they get themselves a kill. Heretics finally fighting back. But the problem is that the dynamic of the game hasn't really shifted that much because KC still have all of this push. Let's jump forward to the moment that really decided the whole game for KC. 11-10 in this game. It is KC that actually have once again push, push, push. If you have a look at the minimap, they're getting push in the mid lane, and they're using this push to just control absolutely everything. All of the river observers are highlighting it for us now. Look at all the vision. Play it out. KC are once again going to clear out the wards that Heretics have to even gain access into the river at all. It's so difficult for Heretics to really play this position that they have to try and force something, so that's exactly what they're going to do. As Yike is setting up with the vision that they have, he's fishing for a pick, isn't able to find it. You've already got the mid laner looking to go back to base, can TP ready for a play, and if we can just 2x speed so that we can get quickly into the fight, right here, it is this moment that Yike chooses to go and pause it real quick. What an ambitious play originally from Yike. His AD carry isn't quite there, his mid laner isn't here, he's going in a little bit preemptively, and Heretics is ready to pounce. But mechanically, him and Busio combined turn this play around. Let's roll out this play as we're seeing it. A beautiful encore comes through from Busio, the nice outplay from Yike, the focus to then peel for Kalist. At this point, now KC, they have too much prio in the early laning phase. They have too much control. They've just gotten themselves the second Drake. And mechanically, they are outperforming Heretics. What adds insult to injury is when we jump to 15 minutes into this game where we find the cross map, right? So what I want to highlight is look at the minimap right here. Pause it for me. Thank you so much, observers. It's very obvious for KC that the game plan is to attack this bot tower. But Yike, he's thinking forward. He's thinking about the next play, which is the Herald that's going to be spawning very soon. So he's already looking to get control over the top side of the map with good vision and also working with Kana. So as we play this out, that's why he's hovering around this top side of the map. Their focus is on objective, 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 utilizing push. So they've got to respect the bot side play. If observers, you can go backtrack a little bit so we can rewatch this bot play happen. Yahoo, I think, overextends. This is a misplay from Yahoo, but they're able to find an outplay. They commit heavily. Busio with another phenomenal ulti, combined with the arrow, allows KC to outplay what should have been a pretty good cross map for Team Heretics, allowing them to get a little bit back out onto the map. But once they lose this fight, it's pretty much lights out. We can jump ahead to the third dragon after they secure this Herald, because this third dragon is pretty much it's like just adding insult to injury. Play after play after play. They have such great awareness, KC, of where they can be on the map. But again, look at this vision control. Look at the pressure that they have. Push in mid, push in bot, perfect vision coverage. We've got our observer highlighting for us as well how much they see and how impossible it is for Heretics to see. We're going to skip ahead straight towards the 2020 Baron setup, because that's really the final decider in this game. And again, it all comes up through their setup. Look at how they get the mid push, they get the top push, they set up the vision in order to control the space. And now they know, well, we have the gold, we have the lead, let's fish for a pick. Yike with a deep flank in from behind, Kalist right behind him, they use the arrow, it doesn't connect, it doesn't matter. Busio working with Yahoo on the top side, Kalist working with Yike on the bottom, kill after kill, just beautiful play all around. This was an excellent, excellent demonstration from KC of how you leverage pushing lanes into strong objective control with mechanical brilliance on top, and this is where we have to shout out Busio. An incredible scoreline from him on support, incredible peel at multiple moments, and a bit of over-aggression from the individuals. We saw it from Yike, we saw it from Yahoo, but thanks to Busio, they're able to outplay in these fights, allowing them to have a very clean and dominant Game 1 over Heretics. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we're back, KC is looking to make this a quick 2-0 if they keep playing like this.
The LEC Fan Alley is here again, and they've got a lot of cool stuff. So what is the plan for this week? What do you got?
So like most weeks, we have free stickers today for any fan to take and enjoy. We have most of the teams, and this week we have photo cards as well. We have at least one player per team, and if you want, you can stop by to decorate the photo cards. So we have card holders, we have stickers, and we have letters and markers. So yeah, please feel free to stop by, say hello, take whatever you want, have fun, and we appreciate any support. Follow us on Twitter on LEC_fanart.
Yes, absolutely. So now you have a lot of cards here. I see that Jack is also decorating something. What did you decorate?
I got the Kazi one.
You love Kazi?
Kazi's a great one. I even got his autograph.
Wow, let's
and
go.
his fan art I'm making.
Super cute. Now, and also, just, you know, for interest's sake, apparently this one was very popular. Just want to show you. Apparently this one was very popular. Last two left, actually. Actually, can I take one then? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you so much for your work. Any other message for the fans? Just stop by.
Have fun, guys, and stop by. Thank you.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm the crushing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
this could be the final chance, our last dance together.
dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
Hello and welcome back to LEC Spring, where we just saw KC absolutely dismantle Heretics. And the question is...
Sorry. We saw Busio.
Okay, we did see Busio dismantle them. A great breakdown from Betty after the games as well, going through all the key moments for KC, and there were a lot of them, because it was one-sided.
Is he looking for an answer, or what's happening with Busio? That was... he did have a little roam of the eyes around there. I think he missed it, but yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to the screen, man. Too busy looking at you.
Oh my.
Problem. Yeah, I know. We're getting into draft for game 2. Heretics have chosen first pick and KC have chosen red side. So this time the draft will be exactly as it usually is. Blue side getting first pick, red side getting that counter. Gonna have Nautilus and Caitlyn banned out by Heretics, I believe. And then a Rumble taken away by KC.
Still, Orianna, Azir, more than likely going to be the focus as well to come through here. Rise as well, so more than likely one of them is going to get through. Maybe.
I mean, unless we have an Azir ban and then a Rise ban, and then none of them get through, Rob.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Maybe you look for just a trade, though. If you're Heretics, like... Although, because I think Saren's been happy to take things like the Akali and that, so maybe you do end up just with the double ban.
We'll have to see. It's definitely possible. Seven hasn't played Rise yet. Karma banned away, so we don't see the Ezreal-Karma combination. Not too many... I mean, there's like... Rise is banned in 42% of the games against Heretics, and then banned by Heretics in 58% of the games. So Rise has been banned in every single one of the games so far. So that's why we haven't seen Seven play it. But it isn't banned in this game, and Azir and Rise are both available to our teams. And it looks like Seven is going to decide that the Rise side of that equation makes a little bit more sense to him.
Yeah, I mean, it does.
I evo nas nazad, Game Broj 2, potencijalni finalni game za danas. Da stream Busija, ma dobro.
Can also just take the Ezreal if they want to in that bottom side. I think it's relatively fine. Or I think the trade is the Yunara.
Bude nažalost normalno.
They will end up swapping over to Yunara last minute. Happy to just trade back and forth on those mid laners.
Yeah, last time Seven actually lost on Rise was back in the LFL 2025 summer. He's only lost on it 3 times in his career, including once at MSI 2021 to Mad Lions. So it's a pick he's very comfortable on, about a 78-79% win rate on it. Didn't end up getting locked in. Instead, it was the Yunara, and now KC having a wonder for themselves. Like, do we just take the Rise away from Seven? Do we pick the Azir because we're a little bit more comfy on that generally, or do man like these power picks are just not getting picked right now? Instead, Nami for Busio. I mean, giving your best player one of his best champions does make sense. Not sure you needed to do it this early on, but maybe denying the Yunara. Nami instead of the Lulu, which is what we expect to come out.
Okay, so Pantheon then. So it means basically you're trading this Pantheon pick for jungle power over mid lane power, because I imagine the Lulu is going to come through here on this next rotation, and then you can take the Rise for Saren and basically go to tier 2 junglers, or you have to forego your mid lane pick because you want to take the Corki here for Kalista in this next one.
Yeah, you expect the Corki. There's the Rise, so you are abandoning, as you say.
Casio je dobila buff, ali nisam baš siguran koliko im se igra.
Let Corki and Ezra go. You can go Lucian Nami. I don't think you should go Lucian Nami.
Dude. It's 0-15 in the LEC.
I'm saying you could. I'm not saying you should. Okay. I'm saying it's a possibility.
All the KC fans breathe a collective sigh of relief as Corki is locked in instead of the Lucian. We do see the Rise getting picked by Heretics, so now they can ban out the Azir and the Anivia if they want to. Some picks that can work well into that Rise because of his short range.
Yeah, and this is where I don't really know what you try and respond with, because if I'm into a Rise, I kind of think of things like the Galio, who can try and match for that side lane pressure, and like Orianna or Azir, which I imagine is going to be banned away. And then you don't really want to go for like a Sylas or an Akali, because Rise tends to be very tanky, so it can make it tough. Maybe Cassiopeia is the plan, but Heretics, haven't really shown that they need to play for dive quite yet. Like they are still going to want to play team fights, so the Cassiopeia will get some value, but it's not like they're a bunch of diving tanks or anything like that.
Yeah, agreed. I think the issue as well is if you pick something like the Silas or the Akali, like Lulu just destroys those. Yeah. Like you jump in, you get polymorph, and it's just dead.jpg right there. Azir is the first ban from Heretics, no surprises. Alongside that, we expect to see the Anivia taken away. KC getting rid of the Nocturne themselves, trying to pinch Sheo's pool a little bit. Sheo can always fall back to some of his old faithfuls. The Sejuani, something that he's played a ton of times.
Jeste i nije, mislim... Azir je ok, ali postoji dosta stvari koje možda igraš, pogotovo kad se Zoe vratila u metu. Zoe je u stvari jako decent u Azira, samo možda ulta njegov ulti. I onda Azir uleti, on te ulta, ti ultaš, gde god te gurne, vratiš se nazad i to je to. Tako da decent je matchup u stvari.
We'll see where KC go. Most likely going to be their mid laner. They know they're playing into the Rise, and if they want more burst, they could look for something like an Annie. 0-4 so far in LEC Spring, but we haven't seen it in the hands of Yehu yet. So he will hopefully be turning that frown upside down for the small mage in the mid lane.
I mean, if you are Heretics, you could just go immediately for the Mundo and a tank top and go, right, like, we have decent side lane control. We have... Nobody's really going to kill this Mundo. Or sorry, these tanks, because Corki not it, Annie not really is. So I think this is basically the read from Heretics and saying we just go full on late game scaling and hope for the best.
And then you have to look at where Kana's going to go, right? I like the silence.
Annie u Rise, da, upravo su kasteri ovde. Heretici sad samo lokaju da potrebe partija i to je to, nešto da ih drži u reliju, možda u džungli i kraj. I nada se da će partija potreti dovoljno dugo da Rise i Sion outscaluju to što Annie možda radi. Lee Sin je fajn, ako hoće da ih drži u earlyu, nije loš pik. Ne, Lee Sin je fajn. Lee Sin je fajn jer moraš s nečim da se biješ u early game. Ne možeš da pikaš 5 scaling heroja, budeš u fazonu ljudi, vidimo se za 50 minuta. Jer nećeš doživjeti 50 minuta u gameu, to je sigurno.
But I think it's okay. I was gonna say I think taking something that's a bit more of a bruiser fighter on the top side is probably going to be your best bet. With Gwen gone, I wasn't sure if they're going to really go for something like Olaf, but Renekton at least you can have some bullying potential in the early stages. But for KC, you can see, look, this is we spike really hard on one item, and then we hope to blow up in the game at that stage. And I think if Heretics can hold on, like 3 items for them is like perfect for them in this match.
So I will say, I've had a look.
Okay.
The last time Sheo won on Lee Sin, and the screen has crashed. I had it, and it was a good fact. Here we go. The last time Sheo won on Lee Sin, 2024 versus KC.
Inače čitaju se idiota. Fun fact.
Old ghosts or demons of KC.
For the team that no longer has any of those players.
Yes, and that was the KC that went 2-7 and was bottom of the table. True, Dagda. But after that game 1, I'm searching for everything I can find, okay?
Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for Heretics. I'm not sure I like their composition too much. I think the Lee Sin is going to struggle a little bit.
Honestly, I think if you just ended up going for Mundo or Sejuani or something along these lines, sure, you don't have the presence in the early stages, but I think it just synergizes better with the comp. Now you're in this weird spot where you want to try and fight, but I don't think you're really quite a hand to.
I agree. We'll see if Sheo can bridge the gap to the late game, because in the late game, Heretics have the tools they want. You've got a tank, you've got a high damage AP mage, and then you've got Ice on this Yonara with a Lulu to support. Let's see what Sheo can do. It's one of his most played across the course of his career, the Lee Sin. On the other side, KC's composition, I like what I see. Good target, point and click CC. Good damage profiles, heavy in the skirmish as well. It's going to be difficult for Heretics to take too many early fights. The Heretics draft looks way better, man. Maybe I'm getting really hung up, and this happened yesterday as well with a Narban that I was like, Narban doesn't really seem to make too much sense, and it didn't. It was like for a flex thing, but still. Maybe I'm getting too hung up on this Lee. I just really don't like it. I also, European leagues never really fill me with confidence, to be honest.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the Lee is a bit of a sore thumb that stuck out, but I think for KC, like, you are very much a blow open the game or this game just runs away with you, right? So if I am Heretics,
Kasteri full upravo što pričaju opet.
Can I try and get some dragons early? and hope that we can hold on for that 3 item. Because think about it, like Rise behind with an actualizer and Ice with 3 items standing behind this Scion, like who gets him? Like realistically, there is no one that's going to do it.
100% agree. Late game, they have a lot of power.
Yeah.
How do you get to late game, man? Like, Yikes side lane threat is always there with the Pantheon with the Grand Starfall. Yehu has good burst windows. Kalist and Busio, Corki Nami is a good burst.
Slušam i u fazonu sam jako im je fair cast. Sve što pričaju jako smisleno.
Yeah, I think it's the Jesus take the wheel strategy, to be honest. It's just like, pass it over, hope for the best, and pray for dear life that you can hold on. And if KC have any way the same performance they did in the last game, I think it might be in dire straits. And again, I think that focus then comes back to Yike. Because I do think the Pantheon can fight well early against the Lee Sin. At least if you've got some sort of support there, you can try and burst out the Lee Sin. Plus then when you hit level 6, just being able to activate several options on the map at once is so good for you.
Yeah, so our eyes are on Shao. He has to be the early game catalyst for this team. And by catalyst, we mean more of a fire dampener than anything. He's the one that needs to make sure that his lanes are solid and even, at least.
To je što sam rekao u draftu. Uzimaju nešto za ligiju. Ne možeš da pikaš Munda. Znači oni su rekli kao Munda, ne Munda. Ne možeš da pikaš Munda. Mislim, možeš, ti možeš pikaš šta hoćeš, ali onda flipaš da Casey neće da uradi ništa. A Casey te je stompovu 20 nešto minuta, tako da...
Back towards their jungle, but Ice is in an okay position where he's on the wrong side of the map to help out. Wrong side of the lane at least, and with Yehu moving down, Yike will be able to secure the first Scuttle Crab, and then work his way up towards the second. Kalist hit, Aquaprism not hitting as the heal has to come out, and Kalist will Valkyrie away. So Ice sidestepping both the Aquaprism and the Phosphorus Bomb there, keeping himself very healthy. Sheo is working his way up, but there's a smite available for Yike in a couple of seconds' time. With Kana moving down from the top side as well. Once again, Sheo's going to be outnumbered. Incinerate coming out, gets the stun onto Sheo. Yike not going to go any further. Could have looked for the shield bash, but with Sheo at 300 HP, I think Yike thinks he's pretty safe in taking this. Kana even doing the starting work here for Yike, because Yike jumps onto Sheo, needs the flash forward, channels the spear, but can't quite land it. Sheo with the safeguard gives himself a little bit of a shield. Yike will turn his attentions back towards the Scuttle Crab. Sheo goes...
baš loše od Shea. Mislim, imao je on dobru ideju da imao 200 health-a više, ali...
Saved the play there. The resonating strike would have been enough damage to kill Yike. But with that flash in, Yehu helps the jungler out 2 crabs and Sheo already on the back foot. This is exactly what you didn't want to happen for Heretics.
Mislim kako ga zovu Yahoo. Ovo nije fight koji forsiraš s Heretici. Jer to je ono što kažem, poenta je, mislim, ne znaš zašto Sheo kontesta ovo uopšte. Imaš 300 health-a, promašiš Q i face checkuješ u braž. Znači, Sheo je toliko loše ovo odigra, vama ne mogu da opišem. A najcrnije od svega je pitanje zašto. Jer ti imaš late game skill, ti ne moraš forsiraš fightove nikad ovdje. Zašto forsiraš bilo šta? Jako čudno.
Buying that cult is still a long way from finishing it off, but cult obviously very powerful on the Yonara with how much it double dips on the cultivation of spirit. Sheo now looking down towards his bottom side. No heal on Busio, but the rest of the summons are available. Polymorph out onto Kalist means he can't dodge away. He can still use the Valkyrie pretty unabetted now. Makes it hard for Heretics to really take this fight easily.
But even for Sheo, trying to play around this bottom side is nigh on impossible. Like, sure, you get a slow and you can hit the resonating strike, but that resonating strike just leads immediately into a bubble from Busio, and then the play fizzles. Especially as KC have just been able to heal up off the trade. I think for Sheo, like, sure, he doesn't have much else to do on the map, so fish and see if he can find something, but it does become very difficult pre-level 6 for both Sheo and for Wade to make anything happen in this bottom lane.
You know, Sheo's the only Lee Sin in the last 11 games in the LEC to win.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was back in 2024. It's not a pick we see too often. It is because Brock's left. Very true. Big up my boy. By the way, man, I've
declared... Mislim, Lee Sin baš dugo nije u meti. Okej. Ovo je ult za Summonere, sad Yike Summonera nije video da dolazi ovaj kuma, da mislim da je fan i dalje. Casey je skroz chill ovdje, bukvalno.
I mean, the fact that Ice and Way kind of tanked it, pretty happy for Heretics. Like, the Pantheon up being down at least eases some of the pressure on the map. Yehu getting some decent
Yehu za pressure.
Not uncommon before our Dragon to start, but you basically just throw this out as any.
I think the problem for Ice and Way is they both use flash, right?
Yes,
so now you're at a big risk of an Aquapism landing or a tidal wave. You don't have a huge amount of mobility on the Yanara. When you get the ultimate, you can use Kame steps to get a dash, but still nothing too powerful, and Lulu is very susceptible to getting jumped on pretty often. As Seren trying to back hit, will take down the tibbers that was stopping him from doing so.
Man, whenever I play with jungle, I want laners like Yeo and Canon. They've just left lane constantly.
Nice. Lepo, lepo, lepo. I to i trebaju da rade sad. Mi sad Casey, kako se igra ovako, inače kad vas protivnik hard outscale-a, nađete mali lead, bilo gde, i onda polako taj lead samo pravite sve veći i veći i veći. I to je to.
Another smite down. That's 2 camps stolen on this rotation. Sheo is 3 camps behind in total.
And it's going to be Crab next, going, take your top side, start to move down towards the bottom. And for Sheo, your clear isn't that quick.
Yeah.
You don't have your level 6, which makes you significantly worse. And as Lee Sin, if you start to fall behind, you're just useless.
You're a whole level behind as well.
Yeah. You just don't have the damage in the tank to
A, mislim, Lee Sin je kickbot, ali nije ni Pantheon ništa bolje, iskreno. Nije ni Pantheon neki crazy late game scaling jungler. Samo može da odgovori Lee Sinu koliko toliko i to je to.
Assuming Kalist uses the Valkyrie, like he knows his W exists, right?
The combo you're fishing for here is you go in as Lee Sin, you get wall growth to get the knockup, which lets you then get behind Kalist to then kick him back. And that is a huge amount to invest for someone who could potentially just flash.
That is, you can do the cool insect where you ult flash and then it locks them in place for a second as well, right? Which makes the flashing away from it a little bit harder, but yeah, man, it's tricky. It is a sticky wicket that they're playing on right now. And Casey with 1,000 gold lead are looking very much like the team we saw in game 1 of this series and the team we saw through a lot of LEC versus. There is Drake available for either of the teams if they want it. I think Heretics, although they may desire it, will have to take a more roundabout route to get there, and instead they will start up the grubs. Sheo trying to get a couple of these before anyone answers the fact that he's up here.
Uzima on sve to. Mislim da to Casey ne interesuje. Jer Casey gleda da želi da napravi toliki lead ili preko Sola ili preko Eldera da li imaju grabove ili ne, nije toliko relevantno. Sheo samo treba da radi, nema razloga se plaši ovdje. Malo ga zbunjuje što mu daju free, ali kažem, za Casey to nije toliko bitno, iskreno.
They now know Busio's here. There's a TP coming in from Trace, and he doesn't have unstoppable onslaught. They're looking for this. Aquapism goes down. Kalist still holding on to the Valkyrie. Sheo is here. Flash kick back, barrier tidal wave. What are you gonna do now? Your damage is not there. Sheo dies. Trying to make a play on top. Overforced to say the least.
Tracing.
Jako interesantno kako je Sheo, znači Sheo je uzeo Lee Sina i njegov posao je da drži svoju ekipu u gejmu. On je trenutno razlog zašto njegova ekipa nije u gejmu. Straight up. Znači on je taj koji treba drži svoju ekipu u ovoj partiji, a zbog njegovih plejeva njegova ekipa pada behind.
Is a plate taken in the bottom lane for Ice, but Casey just murdered everything on the map.
Ne znam, ja mislim on forsira, ali on forsira fightove ko da su oni outscalovani.
Play obviously did not work out here for Heretics. We'll have another look at it. Sheo is calling for this without the Sion ult as well.
Yeah, so Kalist used the Valkyrie at the start, so I think that's maybe where they were looking going, we can. But again, this is what I'm talking about. When you go in, you're into a tidal wave, you're into the bubble, there's a ton of peel for Kalist and the heals, and you don't have enough DPS to get Kalist low to get value from the resonance.
Kalist, Valkyrie's away, Polymorph coming out, heal as well used as Ice transcends the Sonic Wave just short, Ice flashes, there's the wild growth, and this time they will take down Kalist. The shutdown over to Ice as he is the only player with a gold lead for Heretics.
The 2 flashes invested from Ice and Wade to make it happen, but the damage sticks this time around. Kalist falls, and at least it's something back for Heretics in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you've got to find something wherever you can, right? If you can get your Yanara to a point. We talked about scaling. Rod of Ages tier already on Seren. They're stacking up. Tracin's only getting tankier, 502 sacks on that Soul Furnace. Like, Sheo is here as a bridge, and it's been a wobbly one, but perhaps it's enough to navigate to the other side where Heretics team fighting can come online.
There's nothing really on the map, though, for Heretics to focus on from an objective point of view. So, again, they're doing this kind of mismatch of the AD carries, sending Ice and Wave back up to the top side, and hoping to try and put Canon behind. I think it's their best bet at the moment when they can't look for objectives.
Kavelo ne znači večeras biti streama. Večeras je Patreon movina i tako da pitanje da li će biti live, iskreno. Iskreno, danas sam ceo dan isto nešto premoren, tako da svake nedelje se gleda film s Patreonima, posle toga mislim da je već kasno se pali live. Realno paliti stream oko 12:30 nema ni smisla, tako da nedelja obično je off. Šta kažem, to što je Velja rank 1 opet što mišljenje karijeri da može da igra za Kilat Steam. Mislim, fenomenalno što je rank 1, a da može sigurno, mogu i bez toga da igra za LED Steam. Mislim se oni u Lost Artone su pokazao jako dobro. Samo što mislim da je pitanje u koji tim on želi da ide. Za to veće pitanje. Mislim da on može da igra sigurno LED. Samo je pitanje, mislim, 2 stvari. Prvo papira, pošto je iz Srbije, pa je to malo zeznuto uraditi. A drugo, mislim da recimo lupam za Heretike ili za SK mu baš ne bi bilo najbolje da igra. To je fora. Jer ne želiš, ajde, mislim, bio je deo Lost Artoneca i sve to, to je projekat za sebe, to što su bili 9. nije ni bitno. Ali ne želiš da uđeš u neki drugi tim koji je već u lecu, neki lec tim, Heretici i SK, i da budeš 9. 8. To je jako, jako loše za igrača. Tako da realno mu je mnogo bolje da ne igra uopšte lec, dok ne dobije, mislim, ako želi da igra lec uopšte, dok ne dobije invite, bar da bude u middle of the pack ekipi. Ne mora čekat G2 invite, ali kao neki ono, Navi, Vitality, koji, nešto da bude, ali da bude negde bar u sredini, znaš. Mislim da samo je bitno da ne igra za lowest tier ekipu, da ne bude u najgore ekipi u lecu. Kogod je on dobar, jednom kada odigraš lec, horifi klipik. Kad dodaš ekipu koja je dole, jako je teško vrati se nazad u lec.
People talk about the angel and the devil on someone's shoulder. We're just both the devil. We're on Boosie's shoulder.
We're both support players. Like, we have to live vicariously through these moments here, right? This is all we have.
Just farm, dude. They took away the penalty for a reason.
The thing, though, is you have to get Yeti killed at some stage to get rid of the bounty, so you have the highest bounty as well. That's true, the secret,
Yikes is slightly larger. 205 on See, I like not having a bounty as support while being really fed. Because often people will be like, oh, support's an easy kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Just gonna go kill him, right? As the tidal wave did miss there from Busio in the mid lane. It's KC doing their best Germany versus Brazil impression with a 7-1 scoreline as they continue to dominate. Took Germany a little bit longer to get this score in that famous football match as Yahoo looks for the stun on 7 and Kalist is there for the follow-up.
I ovo je jedina stvar koja nije smela se desi za Heretike, to je da padnu behind svojim kombo. Toliko dobar scale i Sheo koji samo randano bez razloga. A opet KC je toliko on point. Znači čak i da su pustili grabove za Drake, dalo bi im još 5 minuta partije. To je fora.
Going to try and find a way for the losing team to get back. But teams in LEC are quite good. The majority of teams, KC in particular, a very good team. And so they won't give you those easy opportunities. They're not going to often overstep in a lane where the Lee Sin could have snuck into the second bush for free. Unsurprisingly, a far-side alteration will go down, or someone tanky will walk up and ward it.
Or they'll just give the tower.
Or they'll just sack the tower, So we talk about these opportunities for Heretics, but really the opportunity is KC make a big mistake and you're in a position to punish it, because that's it right now.
It's also several mistakes. Like even if you just get one, like say you get a kill onto Yahoo, right? Sure, it could be a big injection of gold, but you are still, 4,000 gold on ice away from him actually being very relevant in this game. Like, you need a lot of time to scale. But there's 3.5 minutes until a potential third dragon for KC. They're getting a rift tower, which now only puts more pressure onto these towers in the map. And you can see again, like, there's just this constant, like, 3-man unit trying to fish for picks anywhere on the map. But they're just not being given them by KC.
Ne, ništa ne rade. A sad i već ne mogu, mislim sad čak možda i kasno. 16. minut, 7k gold leada ili ti deficita, mislim da ne igraš to samo. Znači si onda ulta bot, mislim. Dobar poli u noka, Lu je odigrala savršeno. A nije, ovo nije dovoljno, ovo apsolutno nije dovoljno. Lisin šotovan, ma kakvi, ovo je samo stomp. Ovo je bukvalno samo endgame baiting room.
Heretics have gone for this dive before, and it has not worked out for them in game 1. It has not worked out for them in game number 2.
Baš, mislim loše, nije loše, očekivano je, kažem. Ja mislim da će Casey samo stompati sve, tako da Casey radi posao, mislim, nema šta.
Exchange that we have made. So yeah, I'll sacrifice 3 members of my team's body parts in exchange for 300 gold. As Yeti gets kicked back, a mistake perhaps. He tries to plant shield, but over the wall, never mind. Mistakes were made, but they weren't KC's. The ambulance is being called for Heretics, and I'm afraid they're DOA.
All planned by Yike. Massive call in the play. Get kicked by Shay under tower.
Into flash, into the shield. Yeah. It's a typical play. You see this in all the time.
Yeah.
A mislim, Casey faktički ne mora da žuri sa završavanjem partije, oni su skroz okej. Da, ne mogu. Da li dobiju G2? Pa, mislim, ja uvek mislim da dobiju pa ne dobiju, tako da ne znam. Na papiru mislim da Casey ima bolji tim.
No.
Must have been like 3.8k when he went back. Finishes a black cleaver, a BF sword, a long sword, and some booties. He is a very happy camper. Yeah, back 3.5 thousand gold on that reset. Maybe this is the new game we should play, because Busio isn't going to get the highest kills this game, I'm afraid. Yahoo has got 5. Busio would need to get all of the rest. It's true, we don't know it, but I'm pretty sure. I feel like there's a lot of damage on the rest of his team and not that much for a Nami.
No, lepo igra Busio. Iskreno Busio baš čeli igra.
And also the E on himself as well, to get the extra auto attack damage,
Yeah, the Tidecaller's blessing. Yeah, that would be, you do really know in a game state where Casey believe there is no way they can lose at that point. It's like, hey guys, I'm auto-attacking so well. Your Corki is bouncing in. Nah, man. The Tidecaller's blessing, it's for the Tidecaller, obviously.
Yeah. Listen, sell the items, buy AD items. Infinity Edge Nami.
Yes.
I ovo je Muramana na Korkiju. Još jedan ogroman spike. Ice je okej. Nije toliko behind, ali cijela ekipa mu je toliko behind da nije ni bitno. Kali samo gleda gdje će da se zaleti unutra.
It's just going to be taken immediately. I mean, Sheo is a glorified ward in his own bush, just trying to see if he can spot anyone out here. And even if he does, I think he falls.
I agree. Okay, new game.
Okay.
If KC win this game in less than 23 minutes and 4 seconds, it's the fastest best of 3 in LEC history.
Wow.
So, we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds to do that, KC. Off you go. Oh, they're going for Baron. Okay, that's a good start.
Good start.
Clear out the vision. You're actually going to take them, just make them fight you. Make them fight you, dude.
I think they will. I think they'll be perfectly happy. Although their damage kind of sucks on Baron.
Yeah, it's kind of true. They're not going to go for Baron. They're just stealing like camps. It's unfortunate they can't hear us in this moment.
G2, to je klasičan G2. Si kao sprdamo playoff form, ali stvarno kogod da su loši u regularnom dijelu. Mislim, u Versus Splitu su bili 7. I oni su od 7. mesta u Versus... Od 7. mesta u Versus Splitu su došli do pobeđivanja GNG-a u first standu. Znači, nelogično. Na, mislio je Kaliz da ima kill. Red buff neće ubiti. Oh, nice.
That's to take the gates out of his base. And Kana's on the chase. I think KC might be more blood hungry than hungry for the Nexus. Activists is not going to get the movement speed.
Hextech portali rade posao.
He TP'd for him. Kana's TP'd. And Ice has walked the other way. No, keep going. Run.
Ne. Pa jedino je tu mogu. Umreće svejedno. Opa, ovdje. Unlucky. A šta će, mislim nije ovo je sad samo, ovo je bukvalno samo sprdnje od partije, bili su ih. Šta?
I don't think they're going to win it in sub 23 minutes anymore, Rob.
Yeah. It's like they don't even care.
True. So true, man. They chased Ice across the entire map.
TPing for that is wild.
I mean, having the enemy AD carry down does mean Baron is much easier.
Yeah, right? But they're not even going for Baron.
I feel they're going to do it, man. You know about manifestation? I'm willing this into existence. And my words of affirmation from Snoop Dogg, and I'm ready just to will it in. See? It works! It works, Dagda!
And look at that damage. How quickly this falls.
It's enough.
Yeah. If Sheo steals this, it's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
Like, Lee Sin execute.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
They know it's happening.
Sonic Wave Resonating Strike does have an execute on it. As we see, who looking for the stun. Rocket Bell forward. Ice had to cleanse away.
He's dead!
Realm Warp in! Realm Warp in!
Sheo?
Doesn't get it. Yike with the smite wins out the
Čak što je način, mislim da je uzeo Barona, ne znam koliko bi promenilo ovdje. Mislim, greška od KC je da Sheo bude uopšte u toj poziciji, ali...
20 seconds! Come on. So Tracing is backing away. They've got the inhibitor is on his way across here as well. We've got 10 seconds left before they get to the Nexus. Can they do it in time?
Nema šanse.
The answer's no. Okay, I was excited for nothing. They've got 4 seconds. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Okay. No longer the fastest best of 3 in LEC history.
Zamalo da bude najbrži best of 3 u LEC istoriji, to je insane. Mislim, da li su mogli, verovatno su mogli, ali... Kao zašto bi rizikovao, realno ne igraš. Ne igraš za neki ono kao, sad ću imati najbržu seriju, koga bolo, bro, samo win game, realno. Bitnije je pobediti nego stylovati. A skill je toliko dobar s druge strane da kao realno se ne bi šalio s tim. Raj, Sion, Junara, sad im radiš to hoće mi, ali skače on. To je to, nema šta, 23 minuta. 22-3, apsolutni stomp, ljudi moji. Apsolutni stomp, tako da... Jako lepo odigrano od KC-a, svako brz dan, ljudi moji. Jako brz dan, jako brza serija. Ja polako ne stajem. Trebali bi da svako eto završimo što danas tiče. Ja se nadam ste uživali, ljudi moji. Sutra se akcija nastavlja. Pogledat ću naravno i ko igra pre nego što dobijem intervju. Ako budemo stigli na vreme da to čekujem. Ali sutra Fnatic SK i Giantsi Shiftersi. Tako da poprično lagan dan. I sutra, ljudi moji, ja se nadam ste uživali. Danas nam je bilo lepo, a mi sutra nastavimo našu akciju do tada. Ja vam želim veliki pozdrav i sretne praznike.
I'm just excited now to see more KC. Yeah. Like, they looked absolutely spectacular, clean across the board, great. Like, again, just all they did was play for Yike constantly. That man just was served every crab on a silver platter, or scrab, whatever we decided to call it.
Yeah, I think we'll stick with scrab. Yeah? With crab. I meant crab. We'll stick with crab. I think scrab is too close to scab for my liking. I believe the Calist and Busio are joining us for PGL, so why don't you guys take it away?
Thank you so much. We will indeed. Also, if you're watching in the studio and you're a KC fan, I might have a surprise for you at the end, so stick around. And congratulations to you two. You were actually 40 seconds just slower than what would have been the fastest best of 3 victory in LEC and EULCS history. So why didn't you just finish a bit faster? Guys.
My bad. I mean, we maybe chased the Yuna for 1 minute and use a TP, so maybe.
Maybe that's it.
No, we're not really thinking about this anyways.
Of course, I know. Now, there's been a lot of talk about how we haven't seen a lot of KC because we're going to see you a lot on the road show. So, Calist, tell me a little bit about, how that is for you guys from your perspective. And it seems that you really do just want to show how good you are when you get to that stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to play more. So I guess we'll play more in the next weeks. But yeah, obviously this week, I mean the previous week felt a bit weird because we could see everyone playing. Most of the team also playing a lot. Like for example, Vitality played a lot, and we were like kind of watching everyone. So we could practice, so that was nice. But we were kind of also, you know, losing how like our competitive like taste and stuff, how the game is played, how like how slow it is and stuff. Because scrims is always different and competitive, so maybe we are getting some bad habits with the time, but now we are playing, so it's good. And
didn't look like too many bad habits. I mean, it looked pretty clean. I don't know, how do you guys feel level-wise now after you haven't played much games? Do you feel like you're still fresh, or do you feel like just the bad habits didn't show today? Either of you can answer.
Well, like game 1, for example, it was a stomp, but it was after a very, very lucky 3v3 bot, 4v4 bot, you know?
Lucky, wow, okay.
I mean, it was, you know, like...
Were there some crits in there? No, I mean
no, Yike survived with 1 HP and then killed everyone, you know? Like, if you got one shot, that could be a very different fight. And then game 2, I don't even remember what just happened, so Callista's gonna have to explain that one.
You all played for
I will take over for Buzio because I'm professional. So yeah, I mean basically it's kind of hard to say because I think the best of 3 we played against Vitality, it was kind of weird. We were doing a bit weird stuff, well, a bit shaky and stuff. And this one, well, yeah, it kind of went one way in the both games. There's 2 times I died in the early game. I got cheesed. I shouldn't. I knew it. But after this, the game, we got like 1 skirmish, and from there, the game just went really one way. And so it's kind of hard to say if we're really in a good shape or not. But obviously, in terms of communication and how we feel pretty confident here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It is hard to... We think you're really good, right? And now we saw it, but because we don't have that consistent tape, it's like, do you have a way to specifically prepare for the fact that you're just going to have to be super sharp more than other teams over like 3 matches in a row before the playoffs, compared to a Vitality who got, you know, the 1 week, 1 best of 3, go back, practice, play 2 best of 3s the next week, etc.
I feel like it's honestly an advantage for us because we already played a roadshow in Winter Split.
Yeah.
And I felt like we had a good team experience there and we're very comfortable on those kind of stages. So I think we'll just lock in and be chilling.
That's nice. Fans are really worried about you. I don't know why.
I mean, okay, I want to talk about bot lanes, swapping topic here a bit.
Seraphine!
Yeah, no, not about champions. Okay, I mean, your Seraphine was great, but...
Thank you.
He stole all my kills, I don't agree.
It's a carry champ, but
no,
sure, bro.
No. Go AP if you want to carry.
Okay, I would like to ask each of you top 3 bot lanes in the league right now.
You go first.
What do you mean? Okay,
go first.
Do we count ourselves?
You
or
can
no?
count yourselves.
Yeah.
And you can rate yourself first. I mean, you can also rate yourself not first if you...
If we don't say that we're the first, then why are we here, I think?
Yeah, okay.
Like we have to say that we're first, right?
Base.
Then I think second is probably G2.
Yeah.
I think I estimate them a lot. I think they are a good boss lane. And then the third one, I already did 2, so Alan will have to do the last one.
You did like the 2 easy
He has
ones.
different top 2.
Okay, give me options.
Vitality.
Okay.
I mean, I would say probably Vitality, Giantex, Fnatic, I think.
MCO is not in the...
Oh, MCO, yeah, I forgot MCO.
Okay, I'm going Vitality.
Yeah?
Why?
They go to the same gym as us.
Okay.
And they're very friendly, so like...
What do they
I
lift
like them.
compared to you guys?
What do they lift compared to us?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're not really comparing like that.
I don't know how gym works,
We're not
guys.
comparing like that. Yeah, but I would probably say Vitality, probably.
Yeah. What have you been thinking about? Because you said, you know, you've seen them play. What have you thought of Vitality's rise? Because of course you have the one up over them. You did beat them in the one best of 3 you did play. But what do you think about them?
I think they're playing pretty good right now. They have a good momentum. They're playing a lot, so they are kind of used to the stage and all of this. Also, I think, yeah, as I said, they're playing good. So good for them. Good for us that we also beat them in the first week, being kind of shaky. So the most important we'll see later on the playoffs if they keep this strength or not.
Yeah, it's also interesting for the race for MSI. 2 teams go. Do you feel like, Busio, this has become a lot more tricky than you would have imagined? Because when you look at Winter, you guys were clearly, you know, the second best team after G2. I would say it came down to literal inches in that game. So clearly at the top of the league. Is it going to be a lot more competitive, you feel?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every new split, you know, like it kind of resets, and you just have to keep maintaining your form, even rebuild your form. You know, after taking like 2 weeks off of not playing with the team, like you already have to rebuild your foundation. So I think we all just have the competitor's mindset, and yeah, just every day we're trying our hardest.
Okay. Now that you've been in EU for a while, how do you feel the practices, and because I always wonder with pro players who play so much, and you play, obviously the level of solo queue is important, and the level of scrims are important, and the information you can get out of it. So can you give us a little like insight into if you're getting a lot of incremental value out of the solo queue and the scrims here in EU comparatively, how different it is?
Yeah, I mean, there's just more pro players in EU, right? So like the queue times are shorter. There's also more teams to scrim, and I would say the bottom EU teams are better than the bottom LCS teams. So yeah, overall it's better practice. And compared to winter split, like the sun is finally coming out some days, so it's actually like, you know, you can go outside.
Oh, but you're not ready. Berlin in summer is actually, life is worth living. It really is.
Okay, but I heard we don't have ACs here. Is that true?
Depends on where you are. Here, there's AC.
Oh, okay.
No, it's true. It's because okay, this is boring, but the houses were built to keep the cold out historically. But then global warming, obviously, all that stuff, and so also Berlin is a little bit behind, bad old infrastructure. But they're changing. It's changing. Summer's great.
Okay.
No, resident Berlin hater here. But our key player of the series was Yehu. And yeah, he's been developing immensely. I think he's been surprising me that his ceiling is much higher than I thought, but obviously what do I know?
I mean, I've been super impressed with him. I was wondering, how's it been implementing him into the team? Has the language barrier been any difficulty, especially with Euclid? Like, he went from playing with Vladdy now to playing with Yehu. Is it different, or is it still easy for him to integrate with Yike and play the game?